Well, as we are getting our buddies into position. Hello, Atlas. How's it going, everyone? Welcome in, welcome in. I even made my bed for this. This is how serious this beginner's bracket. This fucker, I'll have you know. You've listened to me for 10 years. I'm literally on my own today, FD Walters. Get off the stage. Go fuck yourself. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We are here. We are doing shenanigans. Hello, Griff. How goes it? We do have Grimdark and Garrett in, both Turkish players. Boo! Go boo yourself. Hello, you looking good? Pornikusha. That is, number one, a phenomenal name, and number two, delusions. I get that actually looked at, personally. I'd seek medical fucking help if that's your thought. Ball of grease that I am. Alright, so we are going to get our players into their corners now in just a moment. We have a 10-person bracket today, a 10-person beginners bracket. Last week went reasonably well, and I do have an apology to make to some players. We did make some mistakes early on in terms of getting everything organized. We're going to take next week off so that we come back nice and stronger with the following week. I will see if someone else is willing to actually take next week's beginners bracket off of me. We'll see how that pans out. I'm just more or less waiting for Steam and everything else to get itself sorted out because it's been an absolute clusterfuck the last few days. So he's fucking with you. Pornikusha. Although he might do it anyway for a laugh, and I would let him. I suppose blood is thicker than water. But either way, let's just take a quick peek at the builds. Wow, we've Grimdark here, who's going to be using that 52 strength, 18 dex. I'm going to be super curious to see what they're going to be using. 58 vigor, pretty standard. Garrett going for that 60 vig, a little bit of extra HP, by which I mean like 50. Powerful stuff, 40 actually. 58 strength, and I can't quite see what weapons, but I see Grimdark here is going to be um the Gugs. Truly an immaculate state of affairs. Well, Darcy did well last week on Gugs, so you know what? She earned her artist badge for it. But either way, folks, let's get this first round underway. The Shunta must shunt on the side of Garrett, as this is going to be possibly a super low match here, as it is going to be Turkey versus Turkey. There we go. And there you go. Go drink. There we go. Hey, let's go. Alright, crack on then, folks. As we are going to see that jump over the top there, PSGS in all of its infamous glory. Of course, using the shunter to revert back to the tracking changes of before, so thereby giving it a slight little bit of advantage, but of course they are very short, and lances themselves are also quite short. Looking at this here, we're going to see that jump over the top is going to get that interrupt there. Oh, the Gugs, both wave dashes, the old meta versus a slightly older meta. The jump over the top, but unfortunately, that's going to be some drywall smashed there, and that one as a standing R1 comes out into another standing R1, not electing to roll out there, as we are going to see the runaways here coming out here from the side of Grimdark. And in the 41st millennium, there is only going to be eating lots and lots of damage here, as Grimdark is going to get that nice bit of counter pressure. Good JL1 comes out there. Oh, but that's going to be rough. The backstab grab into a little bit of a vortex. Good animation blending coming out here from the same Garrett, but unfortunately Grimdark is very low, as he's going to be forced back onto that off dag there, as we do see the swap over to the red oh. Let me just message the players. That was going to be red and blue feather. Alright, I believe it was Grimdark. You can only have either red or blue feather on at once. Can't have both on fork. There we go. Just check your messages there, Grimdark. I've just put it into the thing. No worries, no worries, no worries. Don't need to apologize. Force back check. Anyone? Wait, did someone drop? No, I'm doing 10-man brackets because they're pretty quick to run through. So I'm just going to let Grimdark change his inventory there real quick. No worries. change your inventory around there if you need to. Alright, cool beans. We do have both of our players in now once again. Forced back in now once again, one might say. As we're going to crack on with this next round. Boom! The bolt is out. Okay. Again, these are newer players, so don't be expecting... They expect some little bits of confusion. Again, this is why I've set these brackets up, because it's a nice little opportunity to learn and get a little bit of experience in competitive play in a way that isn't quite as intimidating. Join end accord. We will be taking next week off, but we might get someone else to fill in. Going for a jumping attack over the top there. We are going to see that. Nice block actually comes through into a roll there from the side of Garrett, who does actually hit Grimdark there for a tasty bit of damage. Goes for a jumping R1 there, but it is not going to land, as we do see the good rolls come out there from the side of Garrett, who is going to get that another little bit of damage there. Those CL1s coming out here just to try and get that pressure. Oh my god, the strafe into the counter pressure as the Gugs comes through there. Good showing, nice bit of counter pressure there from the side of Grimdark, who is going to run through there. Oh! The JL1 actually lands into a little bit of a roll catch into the punish there, the mash. Grimdark's going to have to pull back. It is pretty grim here for him. I'm so proud of myself. Hee hee tee hee X3. As we are going to see now both players run into center. Now going to get that interrupt there. Good counter pressure comes through, but unfortunately answered immediately by Garrett, who is going to go for that tasty bit of pressure. We do see just that one little, that back onto Blue Feather now. Getting that interrupt there. Getting another anti-air here. How is it going to pan out? Force back now. As we are going to see the CR1s come out. Nice showing there, but the jump L1 comes through and it's going to actually land. Grimdark is not out of it yet as the jumping R1 comes through there just to try and catch. Jump R2 could have been risky here, as we do see another jump over the top from the side of Garrett. But he is able to get that last hit in. And that's all she wrote. Sorry, someone's just asked a question. If I join FOC, can I still show up in these? And the answer is yes, just don't get top 4. Don't get top 4 and you are good to go, but that is going to be 2-0 on the side of Garrett. I'm actually curious as to what the ping is between these two. Both of these are Turkish gamers. The inheritors of Rome in the house. There we go. As we do have both of our players in. Let's get the show on the road. It's 1:15. Really? Okay, okay. Alright, there we go. We're going to see the physics here from the side of both players. Getting the uh-oh, on Fork there, the butt scratch tech is about as useful in this game as it was in 3. Do scene. Oh my god, the Frostpot actually landed, tries to go for the anti-air, but does seem as though Grimdark came out the better in that exchange there, as we do see the Bestial Roar there. He managed to get the Frost proc and the punish here. Grimdark is not playing around now. We're actually seeing just a really decent goal. The Bestial Roar lands again. Into the roll catch attempt there comes out from the side of Grimdark. We do see that jumping R1. We do see the roll ins there. Good punish there, but the standing R1 comes out in repose. Tries to roll out the JL1 there, but it's not going to be enough from Grimdark. As we are going to see that run R1 actually get the punish into a standing R1 getting the anti-air here. And we are going to see what is for breakfast. The answer is sweet fuck all, because it's Elden Ring. As we are going to see now jumping over the top there from the side of Garrett. Grimdark is looking for these opportunities to get that damage. And that is going to be a beautiful punish into a trade. 41st Millennium saved. Grimdark. The Grimdark angle is on the scorecard. Is this the beginning of a reverse sweep? Holy moly. 2-1. And we're talking about the latency between the two players, FD Walters. Um, 100, yeah, ping. My brother. Do you have some oats, my brother? Literally, my brother. Go, plug your music, by the way, Gobshite. Because it's good. And anyone I've sown has been impressed. Alright. No. Where are we going? Oh, yeah, he's just collecting the thing. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Alright. Garrett 2 in blue. Grimdark 1. The Gogs claims another. While 62 FPS hacks, real and true, FD Walters. As we are going to see now, both players now going for that jumping attack there. Good spacing comes out there from the side of Grimdark. We do see a jump over the top here. We do see that nice bit of pressure. Running attack comes through there. Grimdark is not out of it yet, as we do see the Gugs come through. Both of them wearing the exact same hat. I think they look really cute. Little gnome looking motherfuckers here, as we do see an empty jump coming out there over the top. Good roll out there comes out from the side of Grimdark, who has kind of woken up to what he needs to do here as a running attack swings through. Oh, JL1 over the top, but Grimdark is not going to eat it here as another running R1 comes through there. Actually getting the dead angle on that. Could have been in a position to whiff punish. Can we have a whiff punish restored, folks? As the off dagger is out here. Tries to go for that trade, but unfortunately being one-handed there, it was just a little bit too slow. Didn't get the hyper armor he needed. I'm not sure if he can actually tank it. It's a jump over the top there. The Goomba Stomp tech unfortunately prevents him, but the JR2 into a rolling R1, into a standing R1, but unfortunately the JL1 into the fast poke right off the bat is not able to actually get that as an attempt to roll catch them through, but it is going to be whiff punish there from the side of Grimdark. Grimdark here still has tier, but it's going to be very, very close. As you do see that roll out there, going for that another rolling attack there is the side of Garrett, paying for that very low range. Tries to go for the quick poke there, tries to space out the counter pressure, but another JL1 over the top there just to catch him off guard. As we do see that tracking, still not quite able to do it, as we are going to see that nice bit of pressure come through from the side of Garrett, who moves on into the next round. Very nice fight. Love the fashion. Beautiful builds. Very nicely done. Good shit, folks. And it's going to be Garrett 3, Grimdark Unos. Garrett will be fighting Gryffindor in the next round. But now we're going to be onto a round that I'm not even sure is going to happen. Very nicely done. If both of you the Hecateer skip, yes. That's the damage, though. That is the damage that is there. All right, let me just look here to... No, that's the initiate roll request. Beginner Bennings bracket. I will ping. All right, cool. Like right now. All right, could both players please leave the world, chaps? Leave world. Remember losers bracket. All right, let me see who's in here. Let me just get this next match underway. Ash. Let me just check now who's up. Musashi. Alright, Zuzu hasn't been very responsive, so there's a very distinct possibility he's not going to show up. We're going to give him 5 minutes. Alright, if you need to fill, I can do it. No, once the bracket is open, if people don't show, I've already gotten too many people in the tourney so far. So let me just change the names here. Musashi, 0. Musashi, cool. Alright, I spelled that correctly. Let's go. And then I'm just going to put ZS then on the next one. 0 ZS. Hopefully he shows up. Who do we have in world right now? Which cutie patootie? Of the old guard, there's Briar, who's a Dark Souls 3 player of old. I think he made a name for himself during the private server era. Looking at this here as well, we have Embern as well, who's been a crowd favorite for the longest time. She's been doing phenomenally through all these beginners brackets. A2 as well, a relative newcomer to the scene, but has definitely made herself as the side girl. And I will ask that people not just speak in English, just so I can keep everything. Okay. Alright, I'm still waiting for this ZS dude to show up. If he doesn't, we just move on. Alright, let me have a look. Alright. What are the rule set changes? I guess the easiest thing to go over then, just while we wait for this other dude to show up. I'm going to restart my PC real quick. Yeah, we're going from top to bottom, so we 5, 3... The rounds are all over the fucking shop. I'm just going to go in from top to bottom, unless people have a problem with that. I don't know why it's being so difficult. Before we crack on then, while we wait for this guy, we'll be back. We'll keep you company. Hogger. Two-hand rack. The rack Sasha. Alright. I'm not seeing this other guy show up, like, at all. I don't know. While we wait, let's just look at the ban list. Is there anything that's weird here that I've banned? I've just flat out banned status bolts across the board because they're only relevant in one setup and I can't be arsed dealing with them. So that's gone. All backhand, the backhand blade, Smith script circ are just flat banned. Clean Rot Knight sword is flat banned. Claws of Night, pattern when wielded two-handed or part of power stance. Pike's Cross Naginata and Bolt of Grandsax when part of a power stance. Smith script shield and thrusting shield weapon class. They're all gone. I just cannot. I could make conditionals. I have made conditionals for thrusting shield in the past. I just cannot be arsed watching it. It makes me want to fall asleep. So, and I'm usually tired as fuck doing these. So, yeah. DLC greases on fist weapon class and two-handed or part of power stance. I didn't delineate between what type of fist because I cannot be arsed. Drawstring rot grease is banned. Is there anything else here that's divergent from ladder? Not really. Blue feather, red feather, and blessed dew can only be equipped one at a time. So you can't have all 3 on or 2 on. You can only have one of the above. Likewise, two-handed sword talisman is banned because fuck that noise. I don't care if sides aren't meta. They're going to stay not meta. Despite I'm divergent. No, neurodivergent is different, Sarah. I understand the confusion, love. But no. Storm Assault is banned. Sword Dance is banned. Storm Stomp is banned. Shriek of Sorrow is banned. Flaming Strike is banned. I have Royal Knight's Resolve and Determination gone, just because I just feel that they're a type of buff that is kind of boring as fuck to work around. What's staying banned? Probably thrusting shields. I'm pretty happy with the rule set right now. I'm leaving in the Smith's the Curse Blade Circ for now because no one fucking uses it. And if someone wants to win a tournament, then you can use that. I have no experience casting backhand blade mirrors, so I guess learning how to do that would be good. Sides be struggling, lol. Yeah. Sides are a tragedy because their frame data can get better and they have a really cool moveset. But there's just so much counterplay to them. It's kind of sad. It's the whole I'm going to reaction roll and you have no engagement tools is pretty fucking sad. It's a really good emote. It's a really Jaker outdid himself. He earned that artist badge. But either way, it does seem as though this other dude isn't showing up. Yes. So we're going to move on to Gryffindor. Voices. Garant. Actually, yeah, let's fuck it. We just do it that way. Who cares? Yeah, Gryffindor, you're going to be up. Cool. Alright, we're just got Cinder. Do you have a list of what's banned into? Cinder, if you look in the description, there should be a link to the challenge. You can find it there. Alright. Alright, I'm just going to mark this guy as a loss in the challenge. So, that's annoying, but whatever. So I'm just going to pick Miyashashi. The Russian takes the W. Cool. So yes, we are going to move on to Gryffindor and Garant. So, okay. But all the names. All right, cool. Yeah, if you check the description, there should be a link to the challenge, or alternatively, Cinder in Endicord. Under community tourneys, we have the Endicord rule set, which is mostly up to date, so you can check it out there. Alright, so Gryffindor, let me just change the names. Yeah, just leave the world and we'll be good. Griff. Control S. I'm just going to call you Gur from now on. Okay, cool. Alright, we move on to the next round. Cool beans. Oops. There we are. Say it 5 times fast. Griffgar. Why? What's the meme? FD Walters. It's a little bit. That's a little bit beyond me, bestie. Okie dokie. Let me get the Musashi. So it's gonna be Griff on the left. Gar on the right. Alright, cool beans. Alright. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds. Griff, I believe, has been using mage builds an awful lot to pretty good success in ladder. I will say that it's actually very, very nice to see mage builds doing. 1 second, let me just get this other chap out of the world. Just could you leave world blocks, please? There you go. Okay, cool. We're just going to wait for the... Yep, thank you, Musashi. I really appreciate it, brother. Alright, let's look at the build. 61 int, 23 end. Very light in the end there. And 23 mind. Versus Garant, who's going to be using that same build as before. 58 strength, 34 end. Bit of 60 vigor, just to hold it all together. A little bit more aggression we'll see from the side of Garant. But unfortunately, those PSGSs are going to do a metric shitload of stamina. They're going to take up a metric shitload of stamina, so... Alright, folks, we have both of our players in, lads, at the ready. Boom. It's going pretty well so far, Ladle. We've had one no-show, unfortunately, which is whatever. You hate to see it, but we're gonna push through this tournament pretty quickly, as we are gonna see that immediate pressure there. Oh my God, the disrespect to the Moonveil. Oh, but the spacing there difference here, as we are going to see the Glintstone, Glintblade Phalanx there come out there. And we are going to see that JL1 though come out there, as Garant is going to be doing some nice damage. Look at that! Garant is taking so much damage! Into the roll catch, into the backswing, tries to go for that nice bit of pressure again. We see a reset. Hesitation may well be defeat here from the side of Garant, who is going to have to play it very, very carefully, as we see that magic missile come out the Star Shower. Is going to come over the top there just to get that extra little bit of chip, forcing that engagement. Are we going to see a swap over to magic missile? We are going to see... No! The FP-less Moonveil comes in there, and that's going to be Gryffindor taking the first stock there, folks. Griff. I have found myself, actually, weirdly enough, fighting Griff. Disrespecting the Moonveil and paying for it horribly. Absolutely horribly. So you do have to respect the amount of damage that thing can do. It is an AR stick. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this next round underway. Garant versus Griff. Garant in blue, Gryffindor in blue. No, sorry. Gryffindor in blue, Garant in red. There we go. We got there. JL1 over the top there once more. We are going to see that. Nice little bit of pressure. We do see the roll-ins come in there. We're deciding to take the trade. Tries to force a roll out there using the PSGS, but unfortunately the Moonveil is going to get that nice little bit of a strike there, as we do see... Oh my God, is that going to be the sleep? Is it time for EP? Real? Good roll out there from the side of Garant here. He's going to keep up that pressure. Managing to get that roll catch there. Managing to get that interrupt. Griff is being pressured here in the corner, as we are going to see that attempt to unsheath again. Look at that there. Garant is doing an absolutely freaking excellent job there, but unfortunately the misinput there on the running attack is going to be just a little bit too much, as we're going to see the Comet come out from Kilo and the Magic Missile, as we do see the roll through. Good forcing the roll there as well, and we are going to see the Splosions come out for days, as we see an attempted Frostpop punish there, but we do see the JL1 goes for the Crouch R1 here on the side of the Shunta, and a Shunta must shunt! But Gryffindor with 37 HP managing to take that stock. A close round. Was that actually the desync, Lucy? I couldn't tell on my side. LKH usually happens in situations like that. Griff mastering the Angriz tech. Lucy, Angriz, and Griff now have been given tools, and I'm curious to see what they're going to do. With it. But either way, we do have both players in. We do see the heals up. Both players are rune arcs. Yes, indeed they are. Let's crack on what could be the last round. 30 HP in the difference. All right, good. Setting up there, as we are going to see. Oh my god, the Egon's Harpoon actually manages to land there for a little bit of damage. Good jump over the top there of the Moonveil, as we are going to see that attempt to pressure there. Goes for the roll in. The panic rolls coming through on Fork Bestie, as we do see that standing L1 come out here from the side of Garrett, who is going to set up for that jumping attack. Good roll catch there comes out from the side of Garrett here, who is quite a substantial... Oh my god, he got clipped, but not shipped! Oh, it's a JL1 comes out over the top there, and the Slicer and Dicer. And that's going to be Gryffindor moving on into the next round in a fairly confident sweep. Very nicely done. Alright then, let's mark the score. Very close rounds there though. Garant, is this your first tourney, Garant? I'm actually super curious. Is this your first... No, Rakshasa isn't banned. It's strong, but it's not appalling. Briar. Yep, fucking well done, dude. You put on a really good show there. You are still in loser's bracket, don't forget. So you're gonna get Briar in. Voices. Let me get Artyomko. I think I'm saying that name correctly. Go. V. Let's make some space. There we go. Nito Dorito. Alright, so it's going to be Briar. Let me just ping the players. I think that's you. I think. Alright. Alright. Sir, sorry for Moonveil, no need to apologize. It is a fucking tournament. Alright, good luck to our next two sets of contestants. Uh-oh. Did you get booted, Briar? Yes, I'd be expecting someone at some point. Briar, did you get booted? We might have to move on to the next round. Uh-oh. Duel Miladies? Nice. You've been doing really well with them. Yeah, wait just a sec, no worries. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm gonna go fucking crazy. Oh, no. It begins. Alright. Try and rejoin there, folks. If you could. Oh my fucking god. And that's why I'm taking a break next week, because this shit drives me fucking crazy. Let's go. I love Elden Ring. Let's go. We're... Okay, I'm gonna have to restart. Try one restart without me having to do it. Let me just open the world. And then I'm going to... Yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to restart. I'll talk to you all in a second, folks. Enjoy the music. No, there's problems with Seamless and Steam. So, I'm going to BRB real quick while I get all of my shenanigans resorted. Alright, chat to you in a second, folks. No. Alright, hopefully now we're getting in. We have Briar and World. We're just waiting for Artyemko. I think I'm saying that correctly. Is it Elena Bloom? Is that the name of the player? Yeah, we have Briar in the house. Welcome back in again. Sorry for these technical issues. That's one of the most annoying things about all of this. I absolutely fucking hate it. But what can you do? I think we're good to take a look at the builds here. Yeah, all is correct. Everything is working, thank Christ. The actual good DLC weapons got banned, Lamau. Not really. It's just that they're broken mudkips in a way that the rest of the game isn't. Curseblade Circ are still allowed because I have a horrible sense of humor. And the game, the flow state of whatchamacallit, of thrusting shields is just brain damage, so I'm just not interested. I'm just very much not interested. Actually, apparently that's wrong. So let's post that there. Cool. We actually pin that because Chili wasn't here to do it. There we go. All right. Again, my apologies for all that. For all those delays. We're just waiting for our players now to get into their respective corners. You got the sets mixed up. Where are the players? Oh, they're there. Alright, get into your corners, chaps. I'm just going top to bottom because it's easier for me, Crest. We do it old school. Demko forgot DLC as a Powercraft Holy Res tally. Fine. Alright, into your corners, folks. Let's get the show on the road. We do have Artyemko in blue. Oh, hang on a second. I do have them backwards. Briar. Yeah, you were correct. I did get them mixed up. Sorry, folks. Alright, it's going to be Artyemko in red versus Briar in blue. As we peer over the parapet and get the show on the road before everything crashes again. Alright. Glug, 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 glug. Let's go. Let's see what Briar has to offer here. Again, Briar having played an awful lot of DS3 already. Oh. There we go. I thought I had already done this. I must have turned it off by mistake. Alright. Alright, let's go. My apologies, folks. Again, these resets are really annoying as we clip through everything here really quickly. Alright, there we are. We're no longer clipping. Alright, we are going to see the Alpha Duvia here, main. I believe that's a regular Grey Cat on the side of Artyemko. We are going to see the two-handed Knight Rider glaive into a backstep there, trying to do a little bit of fishing. You'd swear this was Pontiff. Going for a running attack there. The Giant's Hunt comes out there to try and get that catch. But unfortunately, the HCS is actually going to get a little bit of damage there. Standing R1 there is not going to hit into the follow-up. But unfortunately, it is going to be a little bit of a thing called the strafing machine. Both of these setups are very strafable. We're going to see now these running attacks here. Goes for a running attack. It's not quite going to be able to connect. We're going to see Briar here play a very slow game. He has been poisoned, but it's not going to matter much, as we are going to see now the standing R1 come through there. One-handed into a slow walk. Tries to go for another backstep there to get that parry. He is looking to fish here by the looks of things. And I can smell a fish a mile away. What is the quote from Monty Python? A fishy, fishy, fish. As a backstab machine comes out there, does renege on the attempt to go from that one. As we are going to see now these stutter steps here in neutral here coming out from the side of Briar. You can fish quite effectively against the setup here that Artyemko is using. However, we're going to see a standing R1. Good jump R1 comes in there to punish the overextension there from the side of Briar. Tries to go for that back roll BS there against the Great Cat. Great Cats in general are pretty much everything they do is roll BSable, which is really freaking funny. As we do see that backstep attempt there to try and get that grab, it's not going to be enough. We are going to see those empty jumps come up over the top there. Tries to roll through, but unfortunately gets caught in the character model of Artyemko. Unfork Bestie, as we're going to see Briar now go reset it for that, managing to get a little bit of a damage there, but we do see the actual fall there causes a random poise event. Listen, I think the safest thing that we could see here from the side of Briar is actually going for that, but the bleed proc is going to come through. And Briar fishing his way into a loading screen. You hate to see it. Unfork Bestie. As I try desperately to find my cursor so I can adjust the score. Artyemko with 1. Come Alright then. Grey cats are quite fishable. I will say that you have to be a little bit careful of getting caught in the model. It's not quite as easy as Dark Souls 3 fishes, but it is pretty consistent. So I'm going to be super stoked to see how this next one is going to go as we move on into the next round. Artemko in red, Briar in blue. The blue Briar. Red versus blue, appropriate. We are going to see now Briar from Sweden going up against the ruleset on the side of the Artemko. Going for that, we are going to see a nice little bit of damage here. But Offer Duvi actually doing a decent amount of damage as we are going to see Briar now move on to that Great Cat himself. Actually, good patience here on the side of him. Good reaction rolls here, playing it very, very safe. We do see the bit of panic rolls coming out there in neutral. Maybe missed something. I was worried about an overextension here. It was a bit of a mistake. Oh, and the fish! Backstab! Goes for that running attack through. Follow-up there comes through. Goes for yet another. We do see the pivots coming through here. The Great Rune Forgetter, Unfork Bestie. I hate to see it. We are going to see now both players now going for these running attacks. Goes for that standing R1. Tries to get that catch there. But unfortunately, Artemko is waiting just for those mistakes to come in here. Briar is going to take a bit of damage. I'm still convinced that Briar is an American, and I don't know why. Very silly memento here from the side of end of the line here, as we are going to see this nice bit of pressure coming through here. Follow up R1 there. Good empty jumps coming out there from the side of Artemko, who is going to hit that. Oh, but the trade comes through! And I will ask that Artemko actually turn off the Braid of America. Let me just actually do that real quick. Alright. I can't... Briar, Great Rune Bestie. Alright, there we go. As we clip through a wall. Briar, are you there, bestie? Yo! And don't forget to heal up afterwards as well. Alright, he's healed. It's all good. Alright, cool beans. Let's go. Round 2. It's 1-1. Alright, Artemko there, going for a little bit of damage. We are going to see a bit of a Grey Cap mirror here, but the off-dag is actually pretty nice. Oh, and we see that Poison Mist come through there. The standing R1 there to try and get that bit of a BS punish, but it's not going to be enough. A running attack comes through. Looking at that there, the follow-up almost in range there, but we do see that kick flip coming out now once more. Artemko here, chilling on this long neutral, going to that two-handed HTS. And we're going to see that running R1 come through. But the standing R1s here are going to come through. Tries to go for that BS, that rolling BS there once more is the side of Briar. But unfortunately, it's not quite going to be able to connect as Briar is going to be bled out. And that is going to be nasty as we do see the back steps here to try and get those fishes. Going for this, the running R1 comes through there. We do see the parry attempt here coming out from the Briar. Again, Pontiff behavior, absolutely crazy. As we are going to see these runaways here in neutral, looking to try and bait out something he can backstab. One of the things that Briar should be looking out for here in this matchup, if he is committing to the fish, not much of an angler myself these days, but I do have a bit of history over it. Alright, going for that there, actually managing to get that tasty bit of damage there. Is looking for those run R2s. Oh no! Tries to go for the Giant's Hunt, but Artemko says no, sir. Control S. Nicely done. Nicely done. Oh, and I haven't actually updated the rounds. You hate to see it. It's round 2. No, it's wave 2. Rune, please, Briar. Be phenomenal. Thank you, bestie. Thank you, bestie. Alright. Both players are in. Let's crack on. It's 2-1. Briar still in it to win it. But Artemko with the lead just needs to win one more, as we are going to see the physics coming through here. Briar here doing a little bit of runaround, switching over to the Claymore. Oh, the R2 comes out here, but it is very reactable. Good jumping attack comes out there from the side of Artemko. Poison Mist comes out there. You hate to see it. Alright, goes for that nice bit of a duelist finesse. Good does roll out. Here's the side of Briar. The recovery, of course, been very weird. Oh my lord. Briar here trying to set up for these backstabs, but unfortunately being punished for pretty much everything he does. The parry comes out there, not going to come out. Trying to play off of reads here, but the reads just, I don't think, are the play here as a jump over the top there. Briar does manage to get an actual hit off in there. Tiemko here once more. Goes for that nice poison mist down once again to try and get the roll catch, but unfortunately not able to do it. Great. Cat is pretty okay as we do see the swap over. Using it for the damage as this kickflip comes out there from the side of our Tiemko. Briar, not quite sure how to even this out given that he is in a trading setup, but the standing R1 comes out. Duelist Finesse comes out once more there just to get that nice little bit of an escape out as we are going to see that off dag come in clutch here. We are going to have to see Briar play very risky here in order to try and even this out. The bleed proc could definitely do it as we do see a frostbot jump over the top there from Briar into the Duelist Finesse. Was in a position to actually get the punish on that, and we do see a punish. Beautiful pre-spacing out there from the side of Briar to try and get that bit of damage, but it is going to be a ballast for free as we are going to see now these jumps come through here. Trying to play off that off dagger, force a roll, get a nice hit, and actually finish this one out here, but the follow-up R1 comes through, and there's the backstab. As we do see Waggles here in neutral. Both players now kind of chilling like villains, looking for that tasty bit of damage is on the board here for Briar, as we aren't going to see a rolling attack come through there, being a bit too afraid. Looking at that there, force back down once again, we are going to see this. Nice rollouts coming out here. Briar isn't sure how to engage, but our Tiemko is slowly but surely getting chipped down. Again, Dark Souls 3 coming in clutch here as we are going to see those standing waiting just to see what he does, but that off dag is going to mean those interrupts as our Tiemko has had his tier procced. Jumping R1 over the top there as another roll comes through. Dark Souls 3, if you can roll it, you're going to be safe. Goes for an empty jump there, getting the anti-air. Briar might be able to drink this one through. 166 HP. Oh my god, to 305. Holy shit, this is evened out to nothing. The trade comes through into the off dag. Is our Tiemko going to be able to put this away? 21 HP on the side of Briar, and a hit there from Kilo as the poison mist comes out. There ain't no way, dude. And there jump. Oh my god. Holy shit. What the fuck? There ain't no way. Forced back now once again, boys and girls. Ain't no frickin' way. It is now match point. Passive reactive takes the W. It is him. Dark Souls 3 gameplay. I hear it from the analyst desk that Briar just has one thing to say, which is Jesus Christ. Thank you, analyst desk, there for that very important piece of information. 2-2. Match point. What a round. What a round. And we ruining our arcs. And in Briar's screen, all he sees is Old Wolf. Real. Alright, well, both players are now in. It's 2-2. Let's crack on a 3, 2, 1. Kaboom, kabow, kaplowy. We're going to see both players now drinking their physics. And looking at this, both players now chilling here in neutral. Both players electing for the Great Cat. The off dag here is going to come in clutch. Oh, and the Poison Mist is actually going to land there. Huge start here for the side of our Tiemko. But Briar, as we have shown, is not out of it yet as the standing R1 comes through. Good roll out there. Standing R1 there to try and get that catch. But the block cancel into that once again, into the kickflip from the side of our Tiemko. Going for another running attack there. The follow-up R1 comes through. Good roll through here on the side of Briar. And standing R1, but the full Duelist Finesse is going to come out into the follow-up there just to get that bleed build up. Our Tiemko caught with his trousers down. Not quite able to get that pressure that he was looking for. But unfortunately, it is going to be strafed here as we see that pause come out there from the side of Briar. Very, very patient play. Our Tiemko goes managing to actually get that hit. Good stagger steps into another running attack. Our Tiemko's in a spot of bother as the Swede is able to get some serious damage here. That Dark Souls 3 Swappa energy is coming through. Old Wolf is not dead here. The mule to end all mules. As we're going to see that running attack run through there from the side of our Tiemko. Briar here electing to stay on this. Staying on the... Knight Rider glaive here, which is kind of an interesting choice. Was making good pressure there Good rollouts there. Look at that, the patience on the side of Briar. Oh, backstep into a follow-up or into a running or one is definitely the play as we backstep again there, trying to utilize the weaknesses here of Artyemko. Set up as the backstep into a follow-up, almost managing to land it. Good runaways there from the side of Briar as well. Both players still have their tiers. The standing R1 comes through there. Oh, and the follow-up, a spot of bother indeed, Cat. And a tasty bit of damage there from the side of Artyemko. As you do see these rolls come out. Good showing here from the side of Briar. But unfortunately, he is going to eat that running attack runs through there. But it's not going to land. Goes for that standing R1 into a backstep there. Respecting the hyper on the side of that. And go for a running attack. Managing to get that interrupt into the giant hunt. Holy moly. And a running attack rings through there. But the strafed. Unfortunately, tracking Memento. And there, the piercing fang! And is there going to be another follow-up? No, alas but whole. We do see the run out there from the side of Briar, electing to go back onto that Knight Rider glaive here. Tries to go for the roll BS there. Looking at that there, just the patience here on the side of Briar. Waiting for those opportunities, managing to catch it. But do we see another follow-up R1? No, but we do see that reaction roll come through as you see these stutter steps coming through here. And looking at that there, Briar is doing a decent job into the BS! Holy sheesh! What the heck? Sweden takes the W. Very good showing. Let me just check. Very, very nicely done. That was a really nice fight, chaps. Good, well done. And again, that patient play from the side of a Dark Souls 3 player definitely comes in clutch. If there are accusations of latency or lagging or anything, just send me DMs or anything like that. And just post... And post a video or YouTube, whatever, and we can come back to this round if there are issues. But I don't believe everything is... I think everything is fine, just regular-ass desyncs. But yeah, very well done to both. Briar, if both of you players could kindly leave world, that would be Pogger. Very nicely done. Briar Artyemko. That is going to be Briar in a 3-2. Both players playing phenomenally. I believe this is a first showing for Briar. I'm not sure if Artyemko has had the pleasure of playing in bracket before. I believe so. If I'm unmistaken. The only reason I know the word Artyom is from Metro. So, you know what, GG's? That's a book I actually need to read. Alright, now, it is going to be Embern versus Musashi. Embern, of course, has been in these brackets since almost the beginning. Hailing from the United States is our Embern versus Musashi Rushin. 0. Very good showing, though, both of you lads. Artyom and Briar, you put on one hell of a fight there, the pair of you. Jeez. Will Embern break the Bennings curse? Musashi. Alright, I think we're good there with that. Yep, okay, cool. Control S. Alright then. Let me get Embern. Let me just tag the players. Alright, we're waiting for Embern and stuff. What a match. Holy moly. That giant hunt landing into some very patient play from the side of Briar, finally pulling it back. Not playing into the game that an awful lot of Elden Ring players try to play. I don't know if Musashi has... not Musashi, sorry, if Artyom has a history of playing Souls, or what the or how much, if they've played much Dark Souls 3, because I can smell a 3-player a mile away. Just those waiting, goes in for that pressure, that weight, oof, nasty. I find an awful lot of Elden Ring players tend to run at people, which is very funny. Which is understandable. You have an awful lot more options, but I respect that that Briar had all the way through that match was really, really nice. And looking back at it here, if we can just take I'm just going to take a quick peek at the bracket. We still have 2 more rounds from round 2. Then we'll run through the losers bracket round 1 and 2. And then we'll go from there. And I take a quick break then after that. And just run through until the finals. Elden Ring has JR1, DS3 though has the funny wiggle wiggle tech. Well, it's what's that gif of Devil Souls going for the runaways? Like, Dark Souls 3 is a very passive game if you forget that positioning exists. Positioning in 3 is very, very important. And in Elden Ring it's an awful lot less so. Which is kind of interesting, I think. Because you have the ability to jump over shit and just get away with murder that way. Now, we should have both of our players in. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds. So we are going to see from the side of Embern the sheer audacity of this woman. 60 strength, 13 dex, 38 end. And then we have 33 end from the side of Musashi versus the 62 dexterity. So dex versus strength. A battle as old as time. Using the rack Sasha. And some Old Wolf. The drip, I must say, on the side of Musashi is absolutely immaculate. But yes, let's crack on now. It is going to be wave 2. It is a best of 5. And let's make sure that we get our players in. Dex with my X, real and true. And just as catastrophic. Alright, then we're going to see both players now going for the runouts. Embern, of course, rocking that Shamshir. Versus the hyper armor here on the side of Musashi with the rack Sasha, which is really nice. I have to say the drip is absolutely immaculate. Embern is taking a little bit of damage there. Good rollouts there from the side of Embern. We are seeing a lot of running attacks here, but Embern is just back in there going for the back Schwang, who I believe in these interactions here, now correct me if I'm wrong, Embern, if she whiffs and the follow-up, never mind, I was actually incorrect, I should have waited, as we are going to see Embern here try and get that little bit of damage. It's going to be Russia versus the US, so it's going to be a little bit messy. Empty jump over the top there, comes out from the side of Embern, good rollouts there, but on paper, obviously the hyper armor isn't going to be interrupted, but what will happen here is that Embern has an awful lot less recovery, so it's actually going to come in pretty clutch here. Goes for that rollout there once Gawar now, as these, it is going to be pretty rough. We might actually see that, there we go, Embern managing to be clipped there, but not shipped, going for a standing R1, not quite able to connect. We are going to see a standing R1 there, just a little bit too far away. Goes for an empty jump there, just to try and force Musashi into a bad position. Goes for that, we do see the bleed proc, sorry, is going to be rolled. I will eventually be able to say those words. Oh, look at that there. The actual hit comes off there. Good. Weed Cutter comes out here from the side of Musashi. And Embern could actually play off of here, which would be very, very nice, as the Flame of the Red Mains is just going to go a little bit wide. Goes for an empty jump there. No, not an empty jump, of jumping R1 from the side of Musashi here, as Embern is in the spot of Bada. Good rolling comes out there from the side of Embern once more. We do see just that. Is it going to be clipped? Is she going to be shipped? No. Not quite sure how to engage against this rack, and to be honest with you, I can't blame her. It's actually pretty challenging as the bleed proc is going to go through, but is going to be rolled once more. Tries to go for that standing R1. Oh, and the spinning slash into the Weed Cutter, but it is going to clip, and it is unfortunately going to ship. Musashi here taking that into an edge walk into glory. The Reds take another. Alright, Musashi is won. Embern not. I may in future, just as I'm going to take next week off, so I'm just not going to be casting events next week, because I have the FOC on Saturday, and we might try and make another attempt. Given that everything is still fucked, I might even pass up on the fight night again tomorrow. It just makes an already difficult thing to organize even more fucking difficult, which is very stressful and very annoying, and I might tilt out of my mind. I love Elden Ring, but we may look at making these things region locked in future. That is a plan now that we have an insane amount of people interested in joining. We might actually do that. But either way, we do have both players in. Let's crack on. Cool. Yeah, it's rough, Kang. It's rough, Gintoro. Hyper armor, yeah. Well, not only the hyper armor, it's just that your engagement options are pretty limited. Neither side can theoretically hit each other weed cutter comes out. Good roll through there on the side of Embern, electing to roll through it there. Jumping R2 comes out there just to try and get that nice bit of a break. Standing R1 comes through, not even going to hit. Good negative spacing there on the side of Musashi. Good roll out there comes out on the side of Embern. Alright, cool beans. That is going to be first blood to Embern, who's going to roll out there from that one. Oh, good roll out there. Bleed proc there. Had an opportunity to go for a swing, but she didn't take it. I can't say I blame her. Now we're in the position where she can actually get some damage off as of running. We might see a running R1 come through. The back swing is going to not ring true, unfortunately. Good roll out there and Burn trying to space. Has to remember to just roll everything. This matchup here is going to be pretty rough here from the side of Embern, given that she doesn't have the ability to space quite as nicely. Goes for another running attack. Follow up R1. There we go. That's what she's looking for. Try to set up there for a position there to roll. Go in for that running attack. It is going to connect. There we go. She's figured it out. However, she's going to take an awful lot of damage there for her troubles as jumping R2 comes out there just to try and get that break. Musashi here resetting to neutral. Standing R1 there from Kilo. Not quite going to be able to connect. A good roll out there once more. Good roll out now once again. Embern electing to go for that. Goes for another running attack. Musashi is slowly but surely getting chipped down as Embern is going to try and bait a bit of counter pressure here. Has to be careful of it though as a backswing rings out. It's not going to be true though. Embern here chilling here in a long neutral. Goes for an empty jump over the top. Going for that standing R1. Force back now once again. We are going to see Embern go for that spinning slash just to try and pressure that bit of aggression, but unfortunately because she's going to be chipped, she has to roll everything. That is going to be the winner loss here. Standing R1 actually managing to get that chip there. Goes for another running attack. Tries to space it again. Just she can't keep doing this. She has to go for a shoot and scoot into a bleed proc. Musashi takes another stock. There we go. Musashi 2, Embern not. Cool beans, cool beans. Alright, let me just check that everything is above board, which it does seem to be. Trapped in the arena. And as I'm waiting here, because it is going to be Evan versus A2 next. The next one then for round 3 is going to be Gryffindor versus Briar. And then the winners of these 2 next rounds are going to be fighting against each other then as well. So we have Embern switching over to Halberd. A good pick, has a nice range. Bit reactable, but the off, I believe it's an off dag, is going to be the one. Alright, let's go. Round 3 of our best of 5. Poison Mist there is going to go elect not to try and force a trade there. Good force back out there. No, the trade comes through here. No, the running attack rings true there. Tries to get that little bit of poison. Poison is going to be a bit of guaranteed damage here as we do see the handy tech come through there. We're just going to roll out. The weed cutter is going to clip out there as well. Empty jump there to try and initiate, but unfortunately going to be nowhere to be seen. Standing R1 there. Probably should have gone for the off dag, or at least an attempt on the off dag there. Goes for a running attack there. Is going to be clipped but not shipped as she's stuck in the corner. Manages to get out. Had a position there to go for the running attack. She didn't, unfortunately. Oof. Roll out there now once more. Embern is dangerously low here as we are going to see that Great Cat there try and force that back. Another run jump R1 comes out there from the side of Musashi, but Embern is playing this a little bit more cautiously. The Halberd comes through, probably should have stayed in the Poison Mist. Running attack there, had an opportunity to go for a dagger hit there, but didn't. Goes for that. Force back now once more. We do see that reset into a long neutral here. Goes for another running attack, is going to see a clip, but no ship. Force back in now once more. We are going to see that running attack ring true. Musashi here doing an excellent job. Had an opportunity there to go for a dag hit and then a rollout. Force back. Both players relatively even here. We do see the hyper armor here and the halberd, which you will note that the Rakshasa is actually able to break. Another running attack out there once more. And yes, Sif, the two-handed tally is actually banned. Are we going to see a rolling attack come out there from the side of Musashi? No, we aren't. Jumping R1, very risky maneuver. Following back now once more. Ember in here is going to be chilling. Roll back there once more. Is actually going to clip there from Kilo there with the halberd. Solid plays. Running R1 comes through there once more. Good jumping attack there from the side of Musashi. As we do see the wheat cutter come out there. Had an opportunity there to go for the interrupt there, but not quite able to. There we go. The anti-air comes out there. Ember is trying to figure it out. The two-handed halberd, I would say, is not necessarily a good play, as we are going to see the rolls coming through here from the side of Musashi, as another rolling attack comes through, managing to get that damage once more, as there you have it. Goes for a running attack. Good rollouts there from the side of Ember. Beautiful spacing on that there, as we do see the strafe, and going for that, managing to get the interrupt and the hyper armor. The jump R1 is actually going to ring true. Ember in here has locked the fuck in. Good follow-up rolls there from the side of Ember. Standing R1. The reason why I don't say it's great... Oh, the poison mist and Ember is on it. The reason I don't like halberd into GCAT is that GCAT can break its hyper armor pretty consistently. The GCAT does have the ability to break it. Yeah, Millith would be Millicent's. Two-handed tally gives an awful lot more. Yeah, really good showing there from Emmy into this, as she does land herself on the scorecard. Alright, both players are in. Let's crack on. Alright, the physics are drank. Players are getting up to shenanigans as a running attack rings through. The off dag comes through clutch there. Just getting an extra little bit of damage. Good roll out there from the side of Ember. Good running attack comes through there into the off dag, but unfortunately just a bit too greedy. Off dag is very, very useful here because you do have the ability to get those punishes that you wouldn't otherwise, and allows you to get the poise. Well, poise chip is kind of irrelevant in this matchup, unfortunately. Maybe something like Hallstock with Cold or something like that might be the play, as we do see the trade ring out there. Both sides do have hyper armor, so it's going to be diminished damage. Good roll out there from the side of Ember and goes for a running attack there. Oof. Is regen shield allowed since the talisman? No, because that's too much regen. Stacked regen is absolutely insane in these games. The Blessed Dew just gives a little bit. Oof. I'd say that it is still worth it if we do see some really nasty trades ring out here in the center. Oh, it's back there. Oh, the run R2 actually lands into a standing R1. Ember's tier is gone into a little bit of a schmix. A little bit of a weird desync there, and as both players roll into each other, reminiscent of Dark Souls 2 shenanigans. Ember takes an awful lot of damage there in that exchange. Had an opportunity there to go for a crouch R1, or rolling R1 there as the side of Ember. It's not a great attack, but it would have been nice there just to catch Musashi off guard as the trade rings out. Uh-oh. Ember is one shot now. Oh my god, the follow-up R1. That was risky business there from the side of Ember as the jumping R1 over the top. Both players managed to figure out. Musashi takes that into some edgy posing there for the camera. Very nicely done. Alright. That is going to be Musashi moving on to the next round. Ember 1, Musashi 3. And now it's going to be Evan versus A2. A2 has made some serious improvements in her play over the last while. And also found some very interesting tech. I don't know if anyone's been keeping an eye on Endocord, but unfortunately it has been patched out. But there was a very funny moveset swap on the Obsidian side, which was really, really neat. Heaven. Very, very neat. Alright. Let me just ping the players here real quickly. Evan. World. Join up. PW. There we go. Great Cat basically plays an awful lot to... It plays quite similarly, I would say. Let me get the players now sorted here. Plays an awful lot like PSGS, really, or Shunter of old. It's weird because it has some nice cancel windows in it. The R1, the second R1 cancels into an awful lot of stuff really quickly. It's kind of cute. But either way, we do have Evan. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds. It is, of course, going to be 54 decks on the side of A2. A little bit of Int, a little bit of Faith. Versus the Endurance Dex build here from the side of Evan. End Gouge has become very popular on PSN, so I'm kind of curious as to where he took inspiration from that. 54 Vague. Seems that way. This is a beginner's bracket. OPSG Cat? No, this is just regular Cat. I'm saying that PSGS and Great Cat kind of play similarly. Just a little bit. Wave dash setups, playing for vortexes. You have quick pokes, you have an awful lot of things. Alright, as the Savior of the Soul Society is in. Let's crack on with this next round. Evan, you can Great Rune. Let me just add him. Question mark. Just give it a second, folks. Newer players who will give a little bit of leeway to them. Okay. Alright. Cool, he's Great Runed. Let's go. On a 3, 2, 1. Let's get this bolt out and see what our players have on offer for us today. As we are going to see the physics here coming out from the side of both players. It does seem as though both of them are rocking Opline. Good aggression here from the side of A2. Not really conceding much ground. Good rollouts both. This is going to be NA West. Ooh, and the follow-up R1 there comes out. But nice there with the skewer. The skewer of Mesmer here as A2 takes a little bit of damage as the follow-up R1 comes out there on the side of Evan. And there we go, the spin to win. The swishy flick setup here comes out on the side of A2, who goes for that nice little bit of a mash. Evan here is very, very low poised. We do see the blocks there from neutral into an interesting choice there, going for the Stormblade there on the side of A2. And the follow-ups ring true. And a little bit of an aim punch over the top there as Evan has taken a lot of damage. A2 there electing to go for those rollouts there. Good spacing into that follow-up there for the trade, which I believe wasn't actually worth it. And the L1 machines could have gone for a rolling R1 there. I don't believe Evan is going to be in a position where he's actually going to be able to take it. I will say that the fashion is impeccable. I will say it's a shame YY wasn't here, that she was able to actually see it, as we do see these L1s for days as Animation Kun strikes again. And we're going to see these rollouts come out there on the side of A2. Had an opportunity there to go for a little bit of a rolling attack. And there we go. Animation Kun's back at it again. Good rollout there comes out on the side of A2. A2 playing a really, really nice game there of looking for these opportunities to land those jumping L1s. Into the follow-up there. Look at that. And Evans in a spot of bother. 63 HP into the Stormblade is going to be interrupted. Tries to go for that bit of pressure. The greed on the side of A2 may punish her. 430 to the side of 63. Into the follow-up, and that's going to be A2 taking a stock. V. Nicely done. A2 taking the first stock. Well played, gamer. It's been a pleasure watching you improve over the course of these beginners brackets, A2. And Evan, a complete newcomer here. I'm super stoked to see how he's going to do moving on. Are we going to see some adaptations here? Once he was able to get his grubby little mitts in early on, did a really, really solid job of keeping that pressure. Yeah, PS LGS is an interesting setup, Griff. I don't know how to feel about it yet. It's kind of a neat little setup. I think very patient players are going to find ways to... It's chippy. Very chippy. Is Light Roll banned? Yes, Light Roll is banned. Light Roll negates an awful lot of the core fundamentals of the game. And it is absolute silly. Yep. So, Evan, the... Square. Endure banned, yes. Endure, the reason why Endure is banned is it allows people to aggress for free. And I generally speaking, and don't forget to rune Eric, Evan. It allows people, the same way that it was kind of broken in Dark Souls 3, allowing people to aggress for free is really rough. And yes, you can look through the pinned message. I will probably, next break I get, I'll reset the challenge. Alright, appreciate it. The rule set is quite extensive, just because there's so much stuff in the game, and FromSoft have no idea what they're doing. Their general style of allow everything just ends up being fists enduring at each other and pressing R2 until one person drops, which is very funny, I will say. But now we have both players in. Let's crack on with this next round. A2 in blue. Evan in red. Nice. This one person blender there on the side of A2 is very, very nasty. We do see the rollouts there into that rolling attack. And the mashy mash there on the side of A2 there on those L1s is very, very spooky, as we do see that interrupt. Interesting choice there to go for the rolling L1 there. Oh my god, actually managing to land that. What is the name of that stance? Winged stance, I believe? The wing stance R1. A2 getting a little bit greedy. Evan finding the spacing. Oof. The rolling L1 is kind of curious on that. I don't know how good it is. Oh, unfortunately the running attack rings true there. And we are going to see Evan here forcing that nice bit of pressure. A2 is taking a lot of damage. The wing stance comes out now once more. Good rollout there from the side of A2. She needs to be more careful about that mash. Evan is doing a good job of keeping up the counter pressure. Not going for the follow-up there, but good extra little bit of damage there on the side of A2. And there we go, and now she goes to town. But there you go, punished for the mash. And Evan now is quite low, but so is A2. As that jump over the top! And A2 takes another stock. Very, very well done. East versus West in all of its glory. Yeah, no worries, Nord. Again, if you have any questions, ask them between round. And there's a bunch of people here who are more than happy to help out. I'll fix the challenge and everything in a little bit, Chili. I was too busy playing Manor Lords to organize this thing, so... And apprehensive about everything breaking. But we do have both players in. A2 is 2, conveniently. You're going to see Evan. It's pinned. Yeah, but... I believe that was the perfume, not the Flame of the Red Mains. Good rollout there on the side of A2. Good job there. She is able to make up that distance. We do see these L1s come through. Beautiful rolling L1 comes through there, but unfortunately it is going to be rolled there by the side of Evan. Now, the most way that A2 is actually taking damage here, which is kind of interesting for me. Oh, look at that follow-up there. Evan thinking it priority over her, but no, alas not. As we're going to see A2 going for that winged stance once more. Personally, I don't feel it's very good. I think it's just a little bit long and can be telegraphed from Kilo, but I think the other follow-up is actually kind of neato on it. As we are going to see these rollouts come out there. Good jump over the top there. A2 actually managing to get a tasty amount of chip there. Is going to eat that running R1, unfortunately. As we are going to see that there. Are we going to see a follow-up? No. A2 actually adapting quite nicely there to the counter pressure showings there from the side of Evan, who is looking for those opportunities to get the spaces in. Another rolling L1 there just to try and catch. As we are going to see now that swap over onto the two-handed. The two-handed comes out there. Tries to set up for an R2, but unfortunately we are going to see Evan go no way, no how. And the follow-up there managing to get that interrupt. Probably could have followed up. Not quite able to make it. And yes, sleep arrows are allowed. Oh my god, the cookery! Into a headshot, into a trade. Evan's actually slightly ahead now. As another roll to the side there. But unfortunately, those stagger door ones come through from the side of Evan. Forcing a 1-2 uni-flu. Are we going to see the reverse sweep here? No, sleeping arrows aren't banned. There's one build where they're problematic on. And to be honest with you, no one uses it. I'd say it's toxic more than broken. The kukri. Yeah, good change up there from the side of Evan. Oh, that does not bode well. That very much does not bode well. Jesus. This is why we're taking a break next week. Alright, let me do something very quickly. See if this helps any. Is there a break next week? Yes. Okay. Okay, we got A2 back in. Alright, A2 is back. We're just waiting on Evan to join back as well. A2 is back in the house. Here we go. Okay, thank fuck. Oh. That was panic-inducing. And as for what patches we're expecting, we have absolutely no idea. But either way, we have both of our players in. Let's crack on with this. What could be the last round? A2, 2. Evan, 1. See some very careful play now from the side of A2 here, which is definitely the right approach. Empty jump comes over the top there, but it's not quite able to land. A2 not having prio there on that rolling, as we do see the wing stance tries to go over the top there, but unfortunately it's not going to pan out in her favor. We do see a little bit of a desync there from the wake up. We do see the rollouts coming out there from the side of A2 into the spin to win, and it is unfortunately going to fall a little bit flat there. Rolling attack comes through there. Are we going to see it? There we go. It is going to fly just over his head though. Evan is quite low here, but so is A2 as the wing stance is out, trying to set up there for the jump over the running attack to initiate, which is definitely very clever. Good rollout there from the side of A2. Good rollout well once more. A2 doing a really good job there. Forced back now once again. Goes for that follow-up into that. The rolling R1, but just a little bit too far away, and there the spin to win comes out. But unfortunately, Evan is not close enough for the last bit, as we do see the setup now for wing stance once again. The follow-up R1 comes through. Are we going to see the full thing? We do see A2 punished for her bit of greed there. Bit of a panic roll, but she does reassess herself as the Renla's perfume comes out there just to get a little bit of cover. Good follow-up there. Standing R1s come through. The standing L1s come out, actually. Good force back now once again. Goes for the standing R1s. Is going to get that interrupt. Evan is in a spot of bother here, but so is going to be A2 as the perfume comes through. Oh, and the standing R1s! But unfortunately, A2 is going to be very low. Punished for her greed now once more. The roll catches. Good roll there. The bleed proc into a standing R1. Evan within 1 or 2 hits. A2, we have seen it evened out now once more. Oh me, oh my. What a tourney we are having so far. 2-2. I would never say never. Just to be clear, folks, when it comes to the 6-player limit, but I find it increasingly unlikely. It's possible. I would never rule it out, but I would find it quite unlikely. Oh, we're going to finish off here now with the GCAT mirror. Interesting. All right. Runark into a little bit of a heal. And don't forget to heal A2. Nice. All right. Let's crack on now with this last match. Into the follow-up R1 there, just to try and get a nice cheeky bit of damage there. The trades come through. And of course A2, you have to remember, does have a life advantage into the spinning slash! Holy moly, she just says, nope, your health bar does not deserve to exist, my friend. Holy sheesh. That was terrifying. Remind me never to piss her off. Jesus. Alright, A2 moves on. That is the end of round 1 of this wave 2. 3-2. Very nice showing here from everyone. Very, very nice showing. Bleed goes burr. Alright. Looking at it here, it is going to be Evan versus Grimdark. Alright, there we go. OMG, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, agreed. And now we're on to the first of the best of 3s. These lightning rounds, we should fly through them. Assuming that nothing breaks again. Losers 1. I thought Fingerprint... So here's the thing about Fingerprint. It has, like most things Elden Ring related, the matchup matrix for it is utterly schizophrenic. It utterly wins, or it utterly loses against so many things. I'm just going to call you Grim. Cool. And then it's going to be Evan with 0. Cool. Yeah, Fingerprint is just one of those things where its matchups are really quite diverse. But now with Kick having hyper armor, Fingerprint is kind of not quite as good. With Scholar's Grease is gone as well, it's not quite as much of a problem. Or at least it should be gone. Yeah, and now with Kick, it is kind of nasty to go up against it. It's a bit annoying, and it's one of those things that I could probably nerf into the ground if I really wanted to, but we'll see. I haven't quite decided yet what I want to do with the likes of Shield Poke, because the rule list is long enough. As more things get kind of evened out and brought back into the realm of sanity, we'll look at it. But all right. So there's going to be Evan versus Grimdark. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds now once more. Looking at this here, it is going to be Evan here once more on the Dex build, 48 Dex, 54 Strength, a lot of end. And then on the side of Grim, then it's going to be Strength, not quite as much end, but still quite substantial on the 58 Vig. Gryffindor has been rocking Mage, and has been rocking Mage for as long as I can remember him on ladder. Moonveil Mage hits hard, men. Alright, either way, round 1 of Losers Bracket. Let's crack on with this round 1, best of 3. So a first 2 lightning rounds here as we go for the losers. And we are going to see a roll in there. It's not quite going to be able to connect. As we are going to see Grim here chilling like a villain, goes for a running attack there. It's not quite going to be able to land it. The Gugs here is kind of interesting because it does have that hyper armor to go stay away from me blocks. As we are going to see that off dag as well there. Actually trying to set up there for the Gugs. I think one of my personal favorite Gug setups is Offbird. Oh, nice little bit of damage there. As we are going to see Evan pushed back here. Gug's Offbird is really silly. I don't think it's very good, but adding a little bit of frost, a little bit of the handy tech dude, I think is kind of neato Dorito. We do see that set up there for the hyper armor, but unfortunately Evan wasn't quite able to catch Grim. You're going to see that run out there now once more. Goes for an empty jump there. Is going to be punished there with the great cat. The pretty okay cat, as we're going to see a roll catch. Setting up there for the grease into the standing R1. That was V-nice. Oh, we do see our attempted roll BS there on the side of... Oh, the spin slash. He's going to sail right over his head there once more. Go for a running attack. It's not going to land. Good attempt there at the running attack now once more. We do see that nice wave dashes here in center. Kind of a little bit kind of stuttery, but you know what? Listen. I'm terrible at wave dashes too. As we are going to see that rolling come through there into a trade. It's going to be Grimdark taking that. Hailing from the hive city of Calderia. Still dealing with that orc infestation, but it's going very well. But Grimdark is doing quite well. Oakley Duckley. Alright, we have both of our players in. Evan, if you just heal up a small bit, you have a little bit of HP missing. It sometimes does that after Rune Arc, so I'd strongly advise healing. Yeah, there we go. Good man. Alright. Alright. When I'm stopping playing Manor Lords like an obsessive person. Alright, rolling attacks coming through there. We are going to see yet more pressure come out there once more into that chilling mist. It's cold out there as summer has ended and winter is coming. And looking at that there once more, we're going to see just Evan chilling here in this long neutral. Not really giving much for Grim to have to deal with as a running attack rings out. It is going to fail, but look at that there. Standing R1 hits into another standing R1. Good roll out there from the side of Grimdark, who has taken a little bit of damage. The CR1 comes through there, but it's not going to land. Looking at this here now, we're going to see Grim keeping up that nice health lead here. But look at that, hitting from Kilo there into the bestial roar. The screams of defiance ringing out here across the arena. And we do have an opportunity here to go for an off-dag hit, as a running R1 is going to land, leaving poor Evan at 180 HP. But do not give up. Standing R1 into a trade. And that is going to be Grim. Evan, it has been an absolute pleasure watching you fight so far, brother. Can't wait to see you in more of these tournaments. And that is going to be all she wrote. Well played to both. Alright, and now as we move on to the next round of Losers 1. It's going to be 2 in the favor of Grimdark. Artyemko versus ZS, who ZS still hasn't shown up. So I'm going to make the wild assumption. Let me just at them again real quick in chat. Alright. Zuzu. There we go. Gug's tyranny? Yeah, real and true. Alright, so Grimdark, if you could ever so kindly leave. Thanking you. Appreciate you, bestie. We'll just wait a minute here for ZS to come in. Is offhand axe better than dagger? It's technically it's about even. It has similar frame data to the off dagger. And it also has priority over pretty much everything. That is to say, you guarantee hit stun when you hit, which is also really, really nice. Very, very nice, in fact. But the off dagger has such low recovery and low startup and a much better moveset, in the sense that it's not strafable, that it's actually very pro. It's an argument. It is an argument that can be had as to which one is better. Also, offhand axe, while strafable, does have backswing, which can be very useful in certain matchups. And the backswing is quite useful for chip, for setups like halberd, or like even like off dagger, main dagger, something like that. So it's going to be dependent. The one problem I have with whole axe, just as a general rule, is that people can strafe the exact same way against it. So it kind of, you have to dead angle. You have to not dead angle, but free aim an awful lot of stuff. It's 3 players calling something dead angling when it's not. We could just all... Can we all just sit down and agree that we should just call free aims dragging the hitbox? Does hand axe also have anti-air? It can do sword. But it's a bit up in the air. Alright, well, it looks like ZS hasn't shown up. That's the answer. Alright. Alright, GG's. I believe this is him versus Garrett. We're just going to get Garrett in here. Alright, cool beans. So that's going to be RTM moving on. It's a buy round for RTM. Scores. So it's going to be RTM then versus Garant. Hard fought. Alright. So, Garant versus RTM. Let me just actually copy the names here because Lord knows I can't spell for shit. Cool. Copy that. Bup. I am so pro. Cool. RTM played really, really nicely in that last tournament. In that last round, I will say. It was really, really nice. Okay, cool beans. Let's crack on. As we are now on to losers round 2. Hopefully this isn't bricked. Still best of 3. Let me just make sure that the players know. All right. RTM. Okay. Elena Bloom. Garrett. Nice. So it's going to be RTM in blue. Garrett in red. Nito. Oakley dokley. Let's actually take a peek at the builds. I'm curious. So curious. Alright, we have that toggle from Grey Cat onto the Hellas, or the whatever the hell this new one, Fire Knights HDS or whatever the fuck. So that's nice, and we aren't seeing anything from the side of Garant. Look at this, the stagger steps here. Look at this absolute... Oh, never mind, you missed it. You missed it! You didn't see it, chat. The absolutely beautiful stagger steps coming out there from the side of Garant. Alright. Central versus the Entente once more. Turkey versus Russia. Alright, ladies and gents. Let's crack on. On a 3, 2, 1. Ale! Cool. Chugs from the side of both players. Good immediate aggression there from the side of Garant. We're going to see this now. Nice little bit of damage there. The jump R1 is going to get that punish there in the PSGS. We're going to see these runouts come out here on the side of Garant. Good empty jump there comes through. Not quite going to be able to land. Look at that the off dag comes out here, which is really, really nice. I will say as the standing R1 comes up into it. I believe that's a true combo. Try gets the actual punish there in RTM, who is going to actually eat that L1 again from the side of Garant. Good jump R1 comes out over the top there, but unfortunately elects to try and roll through it. Tries to go for the roll catch into the Joy L1. RTM is in a spot of bother, and what is for breakfast? The answer is sweet fuck all. I love you, Elden Ring, as the jump R1 comes through. Again, managing to get that roll catch. RTM on the back foot, but is able to skitter back onto the fridge and actually get that reset there. As another JL1 rings true, that is going to be some drywall punched. And that's going to be Garant taking the first stock. Turkey too strong. Turkey too strong. Okay, how do you pronounce the new name for Turkey? How do you pronounce it? Is it still just pronounced Turkey? Or do I have to do some weird shenanigans inside my jaw to make it work? These are questions that I ask. Very important questions. As we are now going to see both of our players ready. All are rune art. And kaboom! As the chugs are out. You know, it's a gentlemanly agreement here to have a little bit of a chug. Oh, but that JL1 is going to miss. Well, we are going to see that reset into neutral. I thought it was pronounced Constantinople. Not this time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, we are going to see the rollouts come out there from the side of RTM, who is going to get a little bit of damage. Goes for an empty. Oh my god, the Reduvi actually comes in clutch there and gets the anti-air. That's actually crazy. Oh, nice jump L1. They're just unlocking, especially with the new changes, and the main hand shunter actually resets it, I believe. And Spin, as we do see a JL1 come through there into a flip kick, into that, and once again we actually managed to see that interrupt the airs that are coming out here on the side of our players. Oof. Jump R1 coming out. Unfortunately, our friend here has lost his legs. A terrible showing here. Absolutely tragical. As you do see a JL1 come out there. Standing L1 comes out there from the side of RTM. Play it out, and then we get the reset on this one there. Garant then goes for jump R1 there once more. We are going to see this. Looking at that there, we do see another jump R1. Jump L1 comes out there, but unfortunately they rolled through into another rolling. Comes out into the follow-up there. We do see that nice bit of pressure. Tries to go for the anti-air, but unfortunately the jump attack says no into a JL1 of his own. Uh-oh, he's got a little bit of backstab pressure there, but isn't going to be called out there by the side of RTM, who is going to be forcing this. Garant is in a really nice spot. We do see these empty jumps as a singular leg. Hjerg, I'm a pirate. As we are going to see now, that anti-air comes through. That is going to be the tier gone here for Garant, as Pegleg here is going to run forward there. Looks for that nice bit of pressure into the follow-ups there, but it is going to clip at the very end. Garant has taken a lot of damage, but he still has his tier available. And looking at this, we might see the ability there as the JL1 comes through now once more. Coin flippers, any coin flippers in chat here, as we do see an empty L1 comes through there, is going to get the air. And there it is, going to catch that air now. Once again, tries to go for a roll catch out of it. Looking at this here, we are going to see both players now chilling with this long neutral. Garant still has a slight life advantage, but it's not actually no more. Is there a life advantage as we see that attempt to go for a roll catch there, get that interrupt, but unfortunately Lance is a little bit short, as we do see that into a standing L1. Goes for that. The roll-ins coming out here from the side of Garant, who wants to finish this one out, and a clean sweep. A trade comes through. JL1 to try and end it into another JL1. We do see the Godskin Swaddling proc try and get through a little bit of extra damage. JL1 actually manages to pull through. And as we have learned from the YY tourney last week, saying things like a pirate does make it easier to pronounce. Like a ladle. I need to re-listen to that clip. Alright, GG's. That is going to be that. Next round is done. Congratulations, RTM. It was an absolute pleasure watching you play. Garant, Turkey strong. Get the muscle flex emote out. Turkey too strong. As that is going to be a win for the Central Powers. Alright, let me log the score here real quick. Apparently my cursor is being really slow at the moment. I'll need to tinker with that. As we move on into the next round. 2-0. Nicely done there from the side of Garant. This is going to be Embern versus Grimdark. Feel the burn. Voices. The grim darkness of the far future. Who was it who actually noticed? I think it was Dawn Priest, who actually realized that most of the names in my servers are Warhammer 40k references. Medical bills from getting shunted by Garant literally cost a leg. If that happens again, so if players are wondering how to reset that, the easiest way is just to do the lie down. Finally cost a leg, Jesus. Alright, and then it's Grimdark. Embern at Grimdark. Here we go. Cool beans. Grimdark. Embern. Neat. Alright. So if players could please leave world in between rounds, that would be phenomenal. I'd very much appreciate that. So there's going to be Ember on the left versus the Beastmaster. Cool. Everything okay? Yeah, if players could please leave world, that would be phenomenal. Who aren't supposed to be in. Sorry, folks, I just have to reset the camera. It just makes my life a little bit easier. Would appreciate it. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you, bestie. Spectator. Players in world. We have 3 versus 4. Okay, that's easy to fix. Cool. Alright. Neat. Let's just take a quick look at the builds then while I have everything sorted out. Looking at that there. We have Mburn here with 60 strength versus the 52 on the side of Grimdark. Strength versus strength. A strong showing here from our contestants. I spent all day thinking that one up, folks. But yes, here we are. It's time to crack on as we have both of our contestants in. Again, remember it is a best of 3. And the 3, 2, 1. Turkey versus USA East. Turkey proving itself to be very, very strong. Alright, we are going to see some nice little bit of damage right off the bat there. Emburn, of course, going ham here with the running attacks on the side of the Shamshir, which is, of course, what you kind of want to do. Close that gap. The scythe here on the side of Grimdark is actually a really cute choice. On latency, of course, not having to worry quite as much about the strays is quite nice. And you have that run R1 into run R2 mix, which of course is the same as Halberd. And that CR1 into standing R1 mix as well that people have to be aware of. Which of course after the buffs post DLC, it is looking in a much better spot. However, Emburn is just able to press there with absolute impunity. We did see the tally swaps come through there as the poison is going to start to build up here on the side of Emburn. But Emburn still has to be careful of those standing R1s or she's going to be in for a world of hurt. Looking at that, tries to go for some back twang, but unfortunately no back twang here today. Unfortunate series of events here as the standing R1 is going to come out there. We are going to see some running attacks pop through there from the side of Emburn, going for another empty jump into a follow-up R1, which is of course very clever. These back swings are going to be the bread and butter of this matchup here, and I'm not sure if Grimdark is using Bulgo, so he's going to be safe. Just a little bit anyways. We do see those rolls up. Uh-oh. Emburn is in a spot of bother. We do see that attempt to jump out, but is going to get that punish. She needs to get into her menus and close this out. Otherwise, she's going to be in for a world of hurt. And there we go. We do see the tally swaps there to try and get the self-proc. Although, actually, no. I believe it was actually just a basic thing as Garant is just going to town here. And that, not Garant, sorry, Grimdark is going to go to town there, landing himself the first stock. I would strongly advise sorting out your inventory there, Emburn. It's a pro tip. Holy shit, that was rough. You hate to see it. You really do. And default? You can do both. I have no problem unlocking using the basics. For me personally. So you can do it just basically. Just use your thumb on the analog and just do it that way. That's how I do it. I don't bother going for any of the fancy movements. Or I kind of switch between claw and regular grip. Here's good follow-up. Yeah, for sure. Alright, round 2 of our best of 3. That is also true, Sifra. Alright, back onto the Gugs. Sheer versus Gugs. Nice pressure right off the bat there from the side of Emburn, but has to be a little bit more cautious of that hyper armor. There's a little bit of latency involved here, but it's not terrible as we are going to see that off dag coming clutch here. Into a standing R1 there. A little bit of a trade, but very much in the favor of Grimdark, who is sitting pretty here, actually managing to get that swap over into the off dag as well, and if CR1 comes through. Getting those greases up, the mega greases from the DLC of course being very clutch. We are going to see Emburn here baiting it out. see R1 doesn't actually manage to land, but the off dag there just goes for that nice bit of a cover into a standing R1. But unfortunately, Embern is going to be nowhere to be seen near it. The Gugs is actually kind of neat. I kind of like it an awful lot. It is still a very interesting setup. There's an awful lot of the mix potential, dude. But unfortunately, very reactive players can just quite literally go for runaways and just never get hit. It is a setup that relies on the other person to make blunders in order to get that damage in, but as we're seeing, always being in a position to actually get those punishes is actually kind of goated with the sauce. We do see a running R1 come through there. Looking at that there, we are going to see now Grimdark there going for those nice standing R1s there to try and catch the end of the rolls. We may see some unlocks so that the hitbox actually comes out a little bit later. And look at that there. Sorry, excuse me. We are going to see now Embern just playing very patiently here, locking in, not wanting to be knocked out just this early. Goathead indeed, as the spinning slash is going to be interrupted into a standing R1. Garrett here leveraging the amount of endurance he has here as well to try and just get that extra bit of damage. The tier is now gone for Embern, and now she's starting to leverage the low recovery on her setup. Like I said, Hyper Emmer may be annoying on Lat, but oh no, Embern is caught for an awful lot of damage. Not quite able to get that standing R1 to the angle he needed to get that punish. As we're going to see Embern now going for these standing R1s. Looking for this. Another running R1 comes through here. The turnaways there, not wanting to be anywhere near Embern's backschwang setup here on the side of the Grimdark. Almost managing to get another tasty bit of damage in there, as we're going to see another running attack there going for that trade. Embern is very low. She has to find a way to bring this back here. Both sides are now without tears. But any trade here as the spinning slash comes through to even this one out. A couple of backswings here from the side of Embern could be enough. But I do believe that Grimdark has enough of a trade in with them, as we are going to see getting that nice running attack coming out there. Embern going for that jump into the off dag. And you are just going to mash. Xenophobia. Phenomenal name. Thank God for PvP. We're actually getting to see PvP today, and then it's going to be Grimdark moving on into the next round. And ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a little bit of a break here. I'm going to grab another cup of coffee. Embern, it's always a pleasure having you in, love. Always a pleasure. And looking at this now as we move on to round 3, it is going to be Gryffindor versus Briar, Musashi versus A2, and then we'll crack on them with the rest of the losers bracket. So, folks, hope you've been enjoying yourself so far. I know how you are. I can see how you are, how it is, says Heartbreaker Jaker True. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break. Just relax for about 5 minutes while I grab another cup of coffee and inject some nicotines. We'll see you all on the flip side. Oh my god. Oh, yawn. This is why I'm taking a break. Alright, chat to you in just a moment. See you on the flip side. Mwah. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Hello everyone. Hello every nyan. We are back. We're just waiting now for both Briar and Griff to get in world. No, that didn't sound great. Yeah, exactly. Real and true. I'm cool with blocking me because of high ping, but it's always going to hate mail first. I don't... dude. I'll never know. Okay, we're just having a look here. I'm getting a message. Yes. Yes. Okay. Alrighty then. I think we've had actually a pretty good run of it so far. We're a little bit behind, but we do have like a couple of extra matches to do because we're a 10-man bracket. But we're more than halfway there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8. And potentially 9 more. Yeah, we're more or less halfway there. Some of the rounds here are going to be a little bit longer. This is, of course, going to be a best of 5 as we have both of our players in. We just make sure that everything is right. So there's going to be Griff in blue versus Briar in red. The red Briar. Alrighty then, as we take a peek at the builds, just very quickly, 61 int and very, very low on end, but plenty of mind. And versus the 40-40 end strength and the 58 vig here from the side of Briar, and a lot of end as well. So, going to be a curious one to see how this one is going to go. Briar, of course, might not have as much experience as other players into other stuff. And just looking at it here, before with Faker, Offer, good name, Mathios of Hedia, F33K, and Angres followed before this here as well. But either way, thank you all for the support, folks. I couldn't have done it without you, as I do need to reset the CE table on fork. So it's going to be 1 and 2. Neato. 2. No, it's actually 2. And, sorry folks about this. When people don't leave world, it makes me very sad. 2 and 3. Neat. Cool. And there we go. And let's crack on. Briar in red, using the bird, in which is the word. Oh, it's the skull emoji pot. Oh, and unfortunately, it's just not quite in range. Oof. And there's some desyncing perhaps at a foot, but it's hard to tell. We are now going to see the Star Shower come in there as a running attack rings through. Tries to go for that there. The crouching attack is going to fall over his head, but the Moon Veil just does so much damage there. We're going to see some nice pressure coming out there on the side of Griff. We do see an attempt to backstab, but unfortunately the parry is going to be called out, not by a running attack, into the Comet. And here we go, Briar, not quite sure, able to figure out what he's going to be able to do here. Another running attack is going to ring out, and that's all she wrote. Griff takes the first stock. Griff would probably be one of the more experienced players on the bracket, having played ladder for an awful lot. But, RTM. Is this a perfect? No, I don't believe so. Yep, nice. We have the tier. Going to for double Dragon Crest there. I'm still waiting. You hate to see it, SK. You really do. Alright. Let's go. Ladies and gents. Round 2. Griff 1. Gryffindor 1. Briar no, nihil. We are going to see the physics come out there into the Glintstone. Shenanigans is going to come out into the Moon Veil, managing to land that true combo there into another attempted roll catch, but the hyper armor here on the halberd comes out, and another swing and a miss there for Griff. And the panic rolls coming out, not quite able to figure out the timing for those, and the slicer. The slice and dice comes out there into an attempted parry. Goes for a little bit of a jerk out there to try and figure out if he can get the spacing right, which he can't. And unfortunately, that's going to be Griff taking another one. Cool, Gryffindor 2. And a 2-0 sweep thus far. Magic combos are brutal. Griff's been playing mage for an awful long time. He's one of the he's one of the people that kind of I held out hope for, that they might find some interesting tech to make mages actually viable. Another person, there's Griff, and is it Grish? I can't remember the other mage. Actually can't remember the other mage who used to rock around ladder. They used to use an awful lot of incants, but either that's neither here nor there. Round 3. Let's figure out what this is gonna. Not there, going for that little bit of the rain of magics is coming down, and they shall blot out the sun. As we are going to see these little staggered runaways here coming out from the side of Briar, who's not quite sure of the spacing here on this, as he is going to be clipped from Kilo. Briar looking for any and all opportunities to come through as the magic missiles ring out, literally and figuratively, as he's going to be caught off guard there into the fully charged Comet here. Looking for that there, tries to go for that running attack into the BS. Briar is in a spot of bother here as we do see the Frost Pot come out. The backstab into a loading screen though from the side of Briar. You hate to see it. Unfork bestie. That is going to be Griff taking that in a sweep. Holy moly. Holy moly. Mage is turning out to be really spoopy right now. Really, really spoopy. It's one of those things, like mages on their own aren't particularly terrifying. It's when they have all the shite. When they have all these means of like messing you around the place, they can really catch you off guard. And I'm not sure how much experience that Briar has. So we are going to get A2 in here versus Musashi. Alright, this is going to be a very high lap match, unfortunately. Mage with shite. Yes, the shite mostly being magic missile. Done fast. So much pressure on the map here. Yeah, exactly done. Like, the fact you're able to cordon off so much of the map is really, really nasty. Is borderline exponentially more difficult with their face spells you don't know? I could agree with that. That is a true and real statement. As we are going to get Musashi in here, who's had a very good run so far. Not having to fight the first match and winning anyway. Very pro. But yes, both players are now in. Unfortunately, NA... Oh, see daisy. Let's just get this fixed here real quick. Would love for players to please leave world. That would be phenomenal. It's going to be slot 2 versus 4. 2 versus 4. There we go. All right. Real words. Words are real. All right. Either way, both players are in. Let's crack on with this next out. Rocky Rock Throw is a linchpin for Mage. Yes, I agree, Rocky. But either way... Oh. That is not what I wanted to do. There we go. Now, let's crack on. This is a boxing arena? Real. Where someone has a gun. Alright, nice trade right off the bat there. We are seeing the Gogs come out here on the side of A2. Who's looking to try and force those trades and actually winning them. Holy moly. By a fairly substantial margin. When the armor is hyper... Oh, but that interrupt does come through in between the hyper armor frames. There's another jump R1 comes out there from the side of A2. Oh, but unfortunately that trade, but it goes over her head as that is going to be the tier gone into. Oh my god, the sweep. A2. He has a wife and kids. What are you doing? And it hits again. What? It was standing R1! Holy shit! I love these beginners tourneys, lads. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I fucking love these. With the steel frickin' chair. With the steel chair. 125. Just check that everyone is actually 125. I need to check that more often. Alright. Holy shit. Alright, ladies and gents. Next round. Oh, the answer to hyper armor. More hyper armor. Into a rolling R1 comes out there from the side of A2. Good space out there from A2 as the double roll away. Reset into this neutral. Into the trade. Into a standing R1 into another. Tries to go for another. But unfortunately, Musashi has figured out that maybe tanking that isn't a great idea as another trade rings out. But unfortunately, A2 has taken an awful lot of damage here as we are going to see this roll-in come out there from the side of A2. But unfortunately, nowhere to be seen here as Musashi, as we see the jump over the top there, actually managing to clip there with a running attack there as well. Empty jumps come out there into another running attack. Magic, unfortunately, not going to strike twice as A2 is going to roll away. Going for that into the run R2. Setting up there for that, the trade rings true. Actually evening this one out by a fairly substantial margin, but unfortunately, Musashi has learned the lesson. As a run R2 comes out now once again to try and get those hits. Musashi here electing to keep on that aggressive posture, but that is going to be the tier gone. And the roll out there from the side of A2, 650 to 1200, twice the HP, into another trade, into a follow-up R1. Are we going to see the roll? Unfortunately, taking those trades was not the play, and not managing to land those stamps, the stamps effectively, was also pretty detrimental to her play. I will say though, what a round once more. GG's. G to the G's. My G's. Yes, they can done fast. Alright. But I'm not sure the experience level. Most of these players are pretty new, with the exception of one or two. As we peer over the parapet once more for the next round. 1-1. Glug, 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 glug. And the Renless perfume comes out there to try and get that catch. Force back now once more. We are going to see the attempt at getting that roll catch there. Good rolls coming out here on the side of A2. Who is going to manage to try and dead angle that attack there. Goes for another rolling R1. Rolling R1 is going to be very strong here, considering it's still on the old values in terms of frame data, which is very, very handy to have. You lose out the ability to wave dash, which is unfork bestie. The standing R1 comes through there into a follow-up. The mash here is very risky here, but good rollouts coming out from the side of Musashi, but not in a position to actually get the punish. As we are going to see a trade come through now once again. The standing R1 into another! Into another! She mashing! She's going to have a permanent indent on her forehead from the L1, from the R1 button being mashed here, which is kind of wild to me. As it's going to be 1400 to 884. Good rollout there from the side of A2. Needs to try and force in that pressure as a rolling R1 into a standing R1. Are we going to see another mash? No, but we are going to see the bleed proc here do a decent job. And there we have it. Are we going to see the attempted pressure going for that jump R2? It is not, sadly, going to land. But that is going to be 1000 to 1200 HP. Neither side having tier. And A2 just kind of chilling, crouching, you know, getting a bit of a break in there. As we are going to see that attempt to roll in. Not quite able to get that pressure. Good rollout though from the side of A2, who takes another trade, which she cannot afford to take. 800 to 200 HP. Going for that perfume now once more. And we are going to see if the roll catch attempt, it isn't going to go through. Of course, Gugs being as reactable as it is, and without the fine animation blending, this is going to be a tall order here for A2 to try and get these hits in. Good rollout though. Good rolling attack comes through now. Oh, that was weird. Was everything okay that round, chaps? What? Yeah, that was weird. Are either of you recording to see what that looked like? We can just do a quick reset. It is going to be NA versus RU, so it's going to be... It had hecka lag. I seen that from my perspective as well. Did you have a frame drop, Musashi? They happen once a week. I'm taking a break next week while we wait for Steam to fix its shit. But I might get someone else to host them in my stead. We'll see. Join the Discord and go to initiate role request and you get the ping first. But either way, we're going to do a reset on that round. That last hit was fucking wild. So we're going to crack on now with the next round. So a reset round. As we are going to see both players now going for their physics and stuff, going for a running attack there, not quite able to connect. Good roll out there from the side of A2, who does manage to get a tasty amount of damage there on that one, but is going to be punished. Possibly using a little bit too much stamina. Good jump over the top there. Jump R2 comes through. Good resisting the urge there to press on the side A2. She needs to force those trades, but unfortunately the Great Katana is better than what the Gugs does in every single way, so the matchup is very much in the favor of the Great Cat. As a running attack rings through there. The perfume is going to go out, but not going to land. Renless perfume is, of course, a really handy little tech to force positional advantage there. Oh, roll actually managed to get hit there is the side of A2. As we are going to see now, both players here looking for those opportunities. Swap over now into the Grey Cat on the side of A2, who is actually going to try and force that counter pressure there with the follow-up R1. But unfortunately, a nice little bit of counter pressure comes out there in the favor of... Oh, and the trade comes through here, very much not in the favor of A2, as she is going to be caught in a little bit of a one-man blender there. And they're just standing R1s here to try and get those catches from neutral. A2 doing a decent job here, looking for those opportunities to come through. Force back, the challenge is wrong, but the rule set should be the same, and that is going to be another round here in the favor of Musashi. It's pinned. The rule set is pinned here, folks, on Twitch, and it's in the description in YouTube. Alright. 2-1 in the favor of Musashi. A2 figuring out that it's not working. Get that Great Rune in. Alrighty then. Alright. The bolt is out. And the perfume, however, is trying to go for that spinning slash as another trade rings out. And unfortunately, the hyper armor of the Raksasha here is doing a great job. But it tries to set up for more shenanigans, but A2 is caught on the back foot. There is no mixing. As the perfume is going to ring through. A2 taking an awful lot of damage there. Actually managing to get the interrupt as well. Good roll out there from the side of A2. As we are going to see the multi-hit tally actually coming through. I believe it's millicents on this build. Good rollout there from the side of A2. Another good rollout. Are we going to see this attempted BS? No, we don't actually. We do see some good patience here from A2. 77 HP in a dream as the Frost proc is going to ring true. Good rollout there. Good rolls here coming out from the side of A2. Not quite able to connect. One trade is all that's going to be enough to actually catch this off guard. As we are going to see A2 actually managing to get a hit in there. Not out of it yet, she is, as she is going to go for another standing R1, trying to get that. Good rollouts there, however, the trade rings true at long last, and that is going to be Musashi taking the stock. Very good comeback attempt there, and remember, you still have loser's bracket as well, A2. You're not out of it yet. So that is going to be 1-3. I'm really blown away by her. The lag is horrendous. It is going to be pretty bad. Both of you are like half the world away from each other. So it is kind of inevitable. But now, looking at it here. Yeah, she very much did. Wait, the challenge is not the right one? No, it isn't. Here's the correct challenge. It is pinned. Alright. Yeah, she did a good job. The comeback was very much real there, but the hyper armor on high latency forcing trades is going to be very rough. The rack. One more turn on the rack. Now we're back onto losers bracket. So there's going to be losers 3. Best of 3. Wave 2. Nope, I need to change that. Oopsie daisy. This is 3, best of 3. Briar versus Grimdark. Briar, not. It's going to be in blue. Grimdark, Grim. Let's just call you Grim. Cool. Neat. All right, let me just get the players announced. Scott no less. You down to Chippy there fighting junkies square and goal like. Our Gaelic brothers. All right. Alright, I'm actually going to give Aqua that post as well, and we'll have a quick look at the builds then in a minute. Alright, I gotta do you, glass you cunt. Alright, it's time for the round now, lads. I apologise. Okay. No 2v2 that I know of, though. Yeah, 2v2s aren't a thing. Jesus Christ. Alright, folks, while I get all of my shenanigans sorted, my apologies for being a little bit late. Beastmaster DLC versus Briar. I know, can't least till we find out what I can't done. And then they'll be fucking done. Alrighty. I don't even know what axe is. That Glasgow? I don't know if it's Edinburgh. Alright. Either way. Fuck. I'm getting distracted. If try asking to do it'll be funny. Go fuck yourself. I'd sooner watch paint dry. Alright. Train spotting quote. Why is it not working? It's gonna be 2 versus 3. No, that's wrong. 2 versus 3. Neat. Alright. Should be working now. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds. There are some people with very thick Scottish accents that I struggle with. Although the funniest thing that ever happened is a chap who runs a fencing style over in Edinburgh called Black Boar, and he's a very Presbyterian chap, very kind of austere, understandable. And I remember here, I'll just tell the story while the batch is going on. Best of 3, folks. Sorry about the delay. I'm getting sidetracked here. All right, there we go. Let's crack this on. We're drinking in Malta, getting absolutely scuttered at the pub where Oliver Reed died. And he just comes up to me. So, who are you then? I give him my name. He's like, no. I mean, who are you? And I told him the fencing club I'm from, and the rank I had, and he's like, they don't hand those out, you know. It's just such a weird fucking interaction. Shame the bastard's knees are fucked though. It was a really fun fence. Either way, enough of a back and forth here as we see the bestial roars go out. And we are going to see Briar here going for some really tasty damage there with the running attacks there on the halberd, switching back over to that two-handed Knight Rider glaive. As we are going to see just that interrupt there on the Gugs. And are we going to see a backstep, trying to set up for some backstab pressure. But unfortunately, these are Elden Ring players and they don't know. They have not seen. They have not seen past the Matrix. You can't be in danger. If you're not in danger if you don't know you are, as that is going to be Grimdark taking the first stock. And there is only war. Control. Jesus, my cup of coffee is in the way. Holy tear skip, wasn't it? It seems to be. Jesus. Would you skip my tear xenophobia? I think you would. I think I know who you are as well. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, we have both players in. Let's crack on. And the bolt is out. The drinkies are had. Never mind, actually. It's an old account. Rip and piss. No alt spotted. You hate to see it. As we are going to go for a running attack there. Not quite able to make it. The backstab attempt there. But again, you can't be in danger if you don't know you're in danger. As that is going to be the frost proc there. Briar is in a spot of bother. As a great man would say, every fucking tournament as those shouts ring out across the dueling arena, the square, awash with blood, as we are going to see both players now chilling like villains. We are going to see a running attack ring through there. Unfortunately, we are going to see the Giant Hunt's whiff from Kilo into a standing R1. Briar is just getting daggered to death here, and there are daggers in men's smiles as the trade comes through there, but unfortunately the off dag is to greet it. Briar, it's a pleasure watching you fence. You fishy, fishy fish. But unfortunately, it's not going to be respected this day. And we move on into the fight between A2 versus Garrett. I'm going to be Grimdark taking 2 stocks to naught. Alright. Let's crack on. GG's. No, A2 versus the Turks. It's going to be a fight between the Turks and the Russians here by the looks of things. Both players are doing really fucking well. Alright, Griff. No, not Griff. Sorry, I'm stupid. A2. Nightmare blunt rotation. Grr. I'm just going to call you Grr. Versus A2. You've heard of A to B, but have you heard of A to Grr? Chat. These are questions. Very, very important questions that need being answered. Alright. Glory to mankind. A2 proving herself, having improved a considerable amount through these beginners brackets. It warms my heart to see as we're just waiting on. Oh, Garant is in the vault. Yeah. Hi, Chili. The Pidgeys versus. And the wave! So friendly. In before laggard accusations. Alright! Are we excited for JL1s from Kilo, folks? Because I know I'm apprehensively so. Let's get this show on the road, as I do have to fix my shit. And while I do that, enjoy looking at builds, as we do have to get our CE table fixed up. Who is where? So we have Tuturoo. Looking at this here, it is going to be Garant in 1. Where the fuck is A2? Okay, 4. 1 to 4. Cool. Why is he waving? Why am I cursed? I'm sorry to everyone I disappointed, SK. Alright, cool. Wowzers. Let's go! As only Neezy would know. Alright, the bolt is out. The players are drinking. On the job, no less. Very unprofessional. So you're going to see the big frost pot ring out across halfway across the arena. But unfortunately, the back over onto that to get the extra little bit of damage, as we are going to see these L1s come through there. Both players are going to have a very interesting time, as A2 is just going to absolute town here. Good roll out there from the side of A2, as she's just going absolute ham. Again, that L1 button is going to make an indent on the forehead there with the amount of mashing comes through. The rolling L1 comes out there. A2 taking a lot of damage into the JL1 from Kilo, into this crouch, and the harpoon, there she blows. But the many mashers, as we do see yet another harpoon come through. Both these setups on latency are kind of interesting. Obviously, the PSGS is going to try and force trades, as Garant is apologizing in advance for the gun kill. Oh, and that's going to be a trade there, which is exactly what you need to do, unfortunately, in those situations. Remember, it's a marathon. It's a sprint. It's a run, but what would it be? Never mind. My brain has just decided to shut off at just the right moment. First point to Gur. Gur! Any bear motors? Are you being forced back in once again to work, Jake? Real? It's something along those lines, yeah. I love this emote so fucking much. By the way, at Heartbreaker Jaker for making this amazing emote. Absolute, definitely earning the artist badge. Alright! Before I get myself in trouble, we have players in. Let's get this show on the road. And the chili pot comes out there. Swap over here on the side of A2 to the Great Cat, which is a pretty okay cat. Good rollouts there coming out though from the side of A2. Good rolls there from the JL1. Trying to count out some counter pressure here. Garant definitely taking note of how A2 has been playing. Oh my god, actually almost managing to land that standing R1, not respecting the pressure, as we do see some dead angles. The attempt to get that, the trade comes through. A2 doing an excellent job, and A2 taking the stock. Blood, all the blood. Now these hands be clean. Holy moly. Evening it out. Out, damned spot. Out. A2 is not to be trifled with. Sheesh. Lord bit of Jesus. A2 getting good mileage out of the turtle tally. Really slowing down the match, one might say. Ha 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 ha. Alright, we have both of our players in. Get it? Because turtles are slow. I'm sorry. Non-stop attack. She's doing an excellent job, for sure. An absolutely excellent job. Orbital plastic strike this turtle now. The microplastics will get her eventually. Oh, but nice JL1 comes out there from the side of Gur. And now realizing how she's playing, realizing that there's going to be a mash. There's going to be a mash, as we do see the standing R1s come through there. Good rollouts there. From the side of A2, trying to force that trade. But this double slash comes out there, and unfortunately it's not going to be enough, as the perfume is going to come out there. And the LGS is out now on the side of Gur, who is a fairly substantial, actually managing to land that anti-air. What the heck? Skewered that kebab. Damn straight. As we are going to see this cotton neutral here, going for that running attack into the one-handed Great Katana, but unfortunately the swap over onto the Shamshir may be the end here, and definitely in terms of matchup here, that backswing is going to be lethal into a standing R1 and the spinning slash. And GG's from both. The bows. Very, very nicely done. Good showing, 8-2. You have improved so fucking much, gamer. Really, really good stuff. I'm very impressed. V-nice, V-nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, V-nice. You just got really caught there with the mash. Once he realized that you were going to mash A2, it was just a case of he was just going to go absolute ham because he knew he could quick poke safely, that you weren't going to roll. So it's just a little bit of a nice adaptation in his part. It was really, really good. It's a good shit, Grr. Grr! Alright, it's going to be Griff versus Musashi. The Russian side of the bracket. Grr! Alright. Let me make sure that it's all aligned. The stars align. The stars are finally right. That's grr. It's great. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah, it hurt me. Ah. Alright. Gryffindor versus Musashi. I don't know if the players are in yet. Let's get my overlays and everything sorted. I guess Musashi in red. Yup. Alright. We're just waiting Griff. I'm not sure if you're entering world yet, sir, but we'll just be patient for a moment. We'll do these next 2 rounds. We'll take a quick break because this is the first, the best of 7s. We are on semis. Alright. This tourney has fucking flown. Holy shit. I could have gone 12 players now that I think about it. I am the losers bracket. How are you guys feeling about the best of 3s for losers bracket? Is it a bit of a BG moment, or how do you feel about it? I'm kind of curious as to your feedback regarding it. Dex versus Mage. Yeah, it looks that way. It was all good, man. I'm just curious. I don't know what the fuck that means. Alright, we do seem to have both players in now. Yep. Okay. Very good input, Kangaroo. I like it a lot. Let's take a look at the builds. It's Gryffindor on that mage shenanigans once more. The war crime. Voices. Musashi's dexterity. How is this one going to go, folks? I'm excited. I'm pretty hyped. I don't know what this one is going to look like. Let's get this show on the road whenever the thing works. So it's 2 versus 3. Okay. Sorry now. We just need to set these all up on fork. I think that's a great idea, SK. And as the Grand Advisor, I think that that's a true and real statement. Alright. Let's crack on. Kaboom, kabow, kapowie. XD. Got him. Alright. Running R1 comes through there, and we are going to see the Star Shower ring through here. Getting a little bit of extra damage. Grr has now left the world, just in case there was any doubt. And we are going to see this slowly hit the ground now in a moment, as Musashi here is going to be taking an awful lot of damage, pushed back into the corner! But the explosions for days here, as Musashi is in a little bit of a bullet hell right now. And we are going to see that Star Shower come out now once again in the rain. Moonstone rain coming through there, but unfortunately now, as that, oh my god, the damage here that Griff is able to do, as we are going to see now, Musashi forced back, goes for that running attack, getting the interrupt there on the cat. Oh, and the weed cutter comes through there just to get an extra little bit, but the phalanx, some would say the phallus, comes out there to get that, and we do see the rain coming through here. It's raining, it's pouring, and none of us are snoring, as we are going to see it out now once again just to cover that. Oh my god, how much damage is he taking? And there we go. That's all she wrote. Griff takes the first stock very confidently. Cool beans. There's a lot of really cool mage cooks at the moment, Shadow Sun. There's a good number of cooks coming out for mages at the moment, and they all use different things. Don't stand in the acid rain. Man's made out of limestone by the sounds of things. Jesus. Alright, let me turn on the light here. It's getting quite dark. I think you should run 6x preloaded Spread Expose versus Mage. You might be onto something there, SK. That's a real and true statement, I think. Alright then. Let's get this next round under the ways. Both players are relatively the same health. Any Faith build this tournament? Not yet. People have run Faith in the past though, for sure. Alright, the magical missile is out. But then I cast Fireball, Fireball, Fireball. There's another magical missile is out now once more. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Good roll out there from the side of Musashi though. But the Moon Veil. Look beyond the veil, as it is going to, and you will see the amount of damage that thing is able to do. As we are going to see that attempt to try and get those catches, Griff is going to be caught in a little bit of damage, maybe trying to set up for some shenanigans, but the Moon Veil is there. Look at that Transient Moonlight doing just insane damage into that true combo there. Have to respect it, lads. You have to respect that Moon Veil. It can shit damage. Like me after eating some spicy food. It's pretty nasty. The damage is exceptional. Some nice work though. Very, very nice. I'm not sure how much value Spiritalia is getting here. Well, I mean, it's better than nothing. You're getting a little bit of extra damage out on it. As Griff is just... Gryffindor is absolutely sweeping this bracket here so far. We might see some changes. Wonder how good the mix will be with Death Spear. Not sure. I'll be curious to see. Again, we're seeing an awful lot of mage stuff being used at the moment. So I'm kind of hyped to see what people will bring. They're definitely bringing some cute little tools. Again, the builds once more if you're curious, folks. Very pro. Very pro. Alright. Both players are back in now once again as we see a swap over on the side of Musashi. Let's go. Next round. Oh no! No Rune Arc. Uh-oh. 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 A little bit of panic rolling there. Owie, Jesus. Oh no, Musashi's in a spot of bother here. I generally prohibit it, yeah. It can give you HP and stuff. Oh dear. Griff takes the next stock. 3-0. Don't forget to Rune Arc. I'm so sorry. I should have waited and sent a message. I generally give a pass to people if they do it. I don't like call the match or anything like that, but yeah. Oh, that's a good cup of coffee. Oh my god, I'm actually awake and enjoying myself. This is great. Again, sorry for yesterday, folks, for the fight night. That was rather unfortunate. But I was tilted out of my fucking mind. I even forgot to raid. The fight nights are a great idea, but they're very difficult to organize. And on top of that, when an already difficult event to try and coordinate because of how Seamless works, on top of the already fucking abysmal problems that Steam is having, I just called it quits. I'm going to revisit it. The format just doesn't work with the problems that we're having at the moment. It takes way too long to get everything fixed, only to still have people not understand everything. So I think we're going to just suspend them until Steam is sorted. So keep yourselves posted. We do have both players in. Kaboom, kapow, kaplowy. And there we have it. And that is going to be a nice tasty amount of damage right off the bat here, as we are going to see those rollouts come out here on the side of Musashi, who is going to be looking at the dual rack. One more turn on the rack, they said, and it is so. And the Star Shower there getting a nice little bit of damage. And on top of that, the Rain of Stars, just to get more. It's both a shower and a rain. Very curious as we are going to see Gryffindor here keeping up that shenanigans. Looking for those opportunities into that trade there with the Moon Veil. Transient Moonlight. But the Weed Cutter comes out there and Griff is taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, the jumping attack into the frame trap, but no! The Eepy time! Big Eepers! Into that, and that is going to be Musashi taking a stock. Not content to let Gryffindor take it in a sweep. Will we see the beginning of a reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen? Musashi is now on the scoreboard. Nice. Nice. The double defense tally. Could you fucking blame them? Holy shit. So much damage. Come back at the century. Mage terrorism is about to be found out. Invader built for real. Alright, we have both of our players here going for their physics. The magic missile is going out there. Angling it just a little bit so it does eventually hit the ground, I think is the play here from the side of Griff, as half the arena is now bullet hell. Very, very nicely done, as we are going to see now. Another Rain of Stars coming down now once more into a little bit of a shower. And as we see here in the arena in this beautiful duelist square, we're going to see high temperatures across the board. Little bit of a chance of showers, and the Glintblade Magic's coming through as the Phalanx is coming through now once more. As yet another little bit more of a low pressure wave coming through here, and a Magic Missile following through now once more. As we're going to see these rollouts come out here on the side of Musashi. Oh, and that was just evil. Very evil, as Musashi's just not quite able to get his footing here. Maybe a rolling L1, I don't actually know what that moveset looks like! As Musashi's tier has been procced, an empty jump isn't going to be calling out that attempt there, as we do see the panic rolls coming out here on the side of Musashi, who is just shy of eating a standing L1. Out comes the one-handed Pata, tries to go for the frame trap there with the L1, but it's not going to land. Just the angle on the back swing from that is just not going to land, as you do see this Star Shower coming out there into a Bestial Roar. He Angie, Rar, X3's coming through, and the Shard comes through. Oh my lord. Is that a little bit of BM? Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Alright. Just a little bit of BM. Alright. Hyper Armor Abuser. I get the distinct impression you don't like Hyper Armor, Griff. Just a smidge. Alright, well that is going to be Griff moving on. Guaranteed now to be removed from the player pool. The only true prize for these beginners brackets. And now we're going to have the fight between Grimdark versus Garrett. Just tuned in. I just threw a magic pot. It wasn't even a poop pot. It's pretty funny. Alright, could both players please leave world? Pretty please. No, you're fine. Alright. The match is over, lads. It was first to 4. Lads. Lads. What What are you doing? Leave! Overtime, baby! Uh-oh. Lads! The match is done. It's Jover. What? Okay. Grrr. Alright, there we go. What's happening? The match was done. It was a best of 7, first to 4. Griff won. Alright then. Unknown has warped to Dueling Square. Cute. Is the world bugged? Okay. No, not DS3 Grim. So over. Okay, I'll just restart the world then, and we'll see if that fixes it to start. Okay. It worked last time. I don't even know if Grim plays anymore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Bollocks. Alright. We're gonna have to restart, so we're actually gonna take this opportunity now to go for a break. And we are moving on then onto the finals after this round. So we're just going to restart stream. I'll get another password up and running for everyone. Yeah, I love Elden Ring. It is my favorite fucking game. So I'll be back in just a moment. Apparently not. Alright, chat you in a second. right, as we wait for the overlay to actually catch up with everything, we do have both of our contestants in and ready to go. I think, yep, there we go. Now we should be fixed. Cool beans. Cool beans. All right, we wait for that to go through. Just to take a quick peek at the builds as we, like health bars, yeah, and the tallies and all of that stuff. I think it just wouldn't look good, and yeah. I'm generally pretty hesitant about casting stuff for communities I don't know. Alright, 52 strength, 58 strength, 41 end versus the 34 end. Let's crack on and see what is going to happen. Grim versus Gur, Grimgur, if you will. Let's go. Round 1 of our best of 3. And there we go. Let's crack on now. Shunter, yep. Shunter is going to be really, really neat here. Like, the fact that I believe it resets some of the changes, which is actually kind of nice. But the off-axe here on the side of Grim might actually be a nice thing. Real and true done fast. Real and true. 3, and it's actually losers 4. Cool. Alright, we've reset everything. As we are going to see now, just those greases be greased up. Running attack comes through there. It's not going to land. Bolt play. I believe that Grim hasn't actually taken as much damage this time. As we're going to see the crouch attack, neither side able to actually get a hit in there. We should see this. I believe both of these players are Turkey, but the latency, I believe, is actually still pretty strong as the anti-air comes out there from the off-axe. Oof. As you do see a nice little bit of damage. Goes for that JL1 there now once more. Looking at that there, we see the reset there into neutral. Goes for the off-axe there, but the JL1 is going to come through and do a crazy amount of damage into that trade, though, into the off-axe into a standing R1 on the side of Grim. Looking at this, the Grimdark here doing a decent job there of getting some nice damage off on Garrett. But grr, he says, as he is going to move off onto a loading screen. And that is going to be 1 for Grimdark. The Grimdark Angel taking the first stock. And they shall be my Angels of Death taking the first stock. Which hive world do you think Turkey would be most like? Which one do you reckon, folks? Or would it be a hive world at all? Higher than the previous opponents, probably. Every time we say stock, I think of soup. But it is kind of like soup, although the players are trying to make soup out of each other. So it kind of works. Possibly it also guarantees poise break in a way that the dagger doesn't. As we do see the war cries coming out there from the side of both of our contestants. Standing L1 comes out, is actually going to get a nice amount of damage right off the bat into that JL1 as well. Grimdark is taking a lot of damage right off the bat here, but Gurant is doing a decent job of playing this nice and safe, as we do see the backstab grab there from Kilo, which is very tragic game out. Oh my word, the JL1 comes out there, but Gurant is doing a really solid job of now adjusting the playstyle, managing to get that roll catch there. JL1, but it is going to be facing the wrong way into a little bit of back schwang coming through there from the side of Grimdark. We do see a Frostpot come out there. It is going to land, further cementing that lead that we are going to see there from Gurant. But there we go. We are going to see now. Wait, what is going on? It does seem as though Gurant... No. Gurant has taken very little damage from all of this. Very interesting. I thought the damage was actually pretty on par with each other, but apparently not. Goes for a jump attack there, not quite able to connect. We are going to see that nice clip, but not a ship. As we are going to see a roll there come through. Looking at the JL1 comes out there as well. Running attack. Tries to set up for the crouch poke, but unfortunately is going to be anti-aired there. 1000 HP. Neither side now has their tiers. We do see a JL1 there come out to try and catch into that, trading with the bestial roar. The roar versus the Gur, and the Gur wins. Goes for JL1 there now once more. Another running attack comes through. Jump R1 there on the side of the Shunter. Getting some really tasty damage there. A nice spotted damage there. It's 29 HP to 162. Down to the wire. As we are going to see now Grim try and reset to get this nice last little bit of damage to swap over to the HCS on the side of Gurgant. And make GSP great again, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget the best montage Elden Ring has ever seen. Goes for that there. The high ball, but unfortunately it's not going to land as a running attack rings true, but it's not going to hit as a run R1 comes through there on the two-handed lance, maybe trying to leverage that hyper armor, but unfortunately the harpoons are out into a dagger throw into the harpoon now once again. The glintstone craps are out. Oh, High Toto would be very upsetty spaghetti as it's 29 HP and it's going to be Gur evening it out into a 1-1. Again, best of 3 match point in this losers bracket round 4. Gur not going quietly and will not go gentle into that good night. Here, hang on a second. Let me see if I can find the best montage. LB Wood YouTube. Let me see if I can find this thing. There we go. I think this is it. That's a blast from the past. Holy shit. There it is. Hang on a second. This is deeply important.
From just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying.
There we go. The finest montage ever made, folks. It's so fucking funny. Alright. Ladies and gents. Match point. Gur versus Grim. Derek. Alright then. Looking at this here, the glintstone. Scraps doing a decent job of throwing Grimdark off his game. Good spacing there comes out an attempted roll cash. Ooh. JL1 comes out from Kilo. Another JL1 comes out there once more. Good roll out there from the side of Garant. And Grimdark there going for yet another. Actually managing to get the clip there. I believe that's Frost. Is that Frost infused? I'm not sure. Good. Nice showing there comes off there on the side of Grimdark here, who goes for a roar, but the Gur is nowhere to be found, as we are going to see Gurnt there going for that. The pot! Not quite able to get the hit. A bit of a low ball. Maybe I have to try that now again, as Grimdark has a substantial health lead now and looks to be keeping it that way. The Gugs playing puck here with the game plan here of Gurnt. But Grim still has to be careful here. A couple of JL1s. A stray one there. A nasty trade could even this one out as the roll catch comes through into the standing R1 there. I think a rolling L1 to try and punish that might have been the play. Another jumping attack comes through there. Oh my word. Gurant has taken a lot of damage for these exchanges. Goes for that empty jump there. Goes for that roll catch. Actually managing to land it just too far away from the punish. Could have spaced it out there and gone for that, but unfortunately, that's going to be Grimdark moving on into the next round. Fighting for our bronze match. Very nicely done. GG's though. Goat Dark, GG's. Very nice play there coming through. But yeah, what an amazing fucking montage.
The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me. But that's okay. Because you really need anyone else.
Oh, make Glintstone Pebble great again, lads. Holy shit. Fucking powerful. Holy shit. What a blast from the fucking past. Fucking amazing shit. Thank you, LBU, for that absolute fucking banger. Alright, well, either way, it is going to be Gurant versus Musashi in a best of 7. No, it's not. It's going to be Grimdark versus... Sorry, I'm getting messed up here. The memes were too powerful. The memes were too powerful. Alright. So Beastmaster versus... Griff Gur. Sounds like a slur, Jesus Christ. Alright, well, it just seems that Musashi is having some problems. So we're going to just take a quick break. Again, my apologies. This one is purely for recreation, as opposed to having to sketch shit set up. So I will be back in just a moment. We've made phenomenal time, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank all the players who didn't make it this far. You've all played an absolute blinder. Looking at it here, it is going to be who we will thank thus far as challenge proceeds to shit itself. Evan, Embern, Artyom, Briar, A2, and then Gurrent. You all did an absolute phenomenal job. Couldn't have done it all without you filling the bracket today. Absolutely phenomenal. Love and appreciate every one of you. You all put on one hell of a show for us today. No, the pleasure was all mine. A2, you are becoming formidable, my dear. Keep at it. Keep at it. You were doing great. For someone who came in with zero experience and jumped straight into tourneys. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. A max level tournament one day? Nah, I have very little interest of higher level brackets. Absolutely zero interest. Why wouldn't you take something like Backhand Blade or that? I don't know, if anyone has any questions, I know YouTube chat has been very quiet. I've been neglecting you folks. We will sit and chat with you for a little bit. Could you host a certain chain tourney again? Does seem that the Russians are fighting with each other about who's going to who's used the Raksasha. It's pretty fucking funny. Might have actually been a ploy there from Griff to make sure that he swaps off it. Make him an offer he can't refuse. But no, the chain tourney would be very fun. That would actually be fucking baller. I might actually look up into doing that again. That was fucking hysterical. I don't know if Moon wants to... Like, Moonblind Witch did an absolutely phenomenal job. I'm still forever grateful for them for doing that. They're a really chill individual. We might do another one of these days. It was pretty goofy. The only problem with it is on PC is people... Most of the meme tourneys, like off-meta tourneys and stuff like that, are just really boring to me. I'm much more interested in seeing the actual game. Yeah, fuck people. Yeah, maybe. You know, we'll take a peek about that in September. I'd see if I can get Stuhler or some of the other crew involved, some of the OGs back in. That would actually be kind of chill. Dude, I will say, as we're waiting for it, I was going to take a break, but fuck it, we can just chill for a bit. I will say, I was like a fucking kid in a candy store when that tourney came out. Because, like, I just spent like a week messing around with the free cam. It was actually fucking insane. Actually fucking insane. Do you actually think... I think the opposite of the case is the case. We're getting the post-DLC wave. An awful lot of the older players have started to retire and been phased out. Because the game is a little bit shit. But we're getting an awful lot of new players who are coming up. I can't speak to Ladder. I don't really go there all that much. Other than to look at the suggestions for rule sets. After every tourney and laugh. Or get perplexed sometimes. But I'm looking at it here. There's a bunch of people who are still knocking around. Wait, Sari is back on Ladder? Bro! There ain't no fucking way! The return? The prodigal son? Ain't no fucking way, dude. No, he can stay fucking gone. Fucking piece of garbage. But Sari's back? Bruh. Bruh. Yeah, I'm sorry, Garrett. I really don't know what's going on. Musashi's having internet trouble, and I'm going to wait for as long as I can to get him in. I'm sorry for the delay. Oh, he's here. Nice. Oh, I can actually change the names. Grimdark 0. Musashi. I think if you want to get better, it is the fast track to doing it and doing FCs with better people. Alright. Well, we're making progress, Gurrent, don't worry. I'm actually going to use the restroom real quick. Community liked him. I'm not going to get into. I'm not going to litigate here. I'm not his biggest fan, but I'm not going to litigate. I'm just going to use the restroom real quick. Here, listen to some music while I'm away. I'm not going to bother changing the thing. What is it called? Blood and Banner is the name of the song. It's pretty fucking baller. And it should be copyright free as well. Here, I'm gonna go piss. Enjoy the musics. This is a fucking bop, by the way. Split script shield could eat my whole bomb. The entire thing. That's crazy. We have both contestants in. Do we leave the music on or not, folks? Your call. Alright, I have returned. Alright, both players, get the fuck back into your squares. Alright, very quick look at the builds here so as to not hold everyone up anymore. Beastmaster Musashi, yes, there we go. Raksasha versus Gugs. It is going to be 52 strength versus 62 dex. Very nicely done. Let's get this show on the road. We've held everyone up long enough. And on a 3, 2, 1. Ale, as I need to change the score. Cool. There we go. Alright, yo. Neato. Go. Alright. Musashi here going for that running attack there. It's not quite going to land. We are going to see that trade come out there on the side of Grimdark. The Grimdark Angel here. One of his Angels of Death there going for a crouch R1. Looking at this here, we do see the reset into this long neutral. Both one side using a very reactable setup, but does have an unreactable option as the battle versus the Central versus the Entente continues. Good rollout there. Call out of the dagger. Musashi's taken an awful lot of damage there, as we are going to see Grimdark there being clipped but not shipped. 2000 HP to 795. Looking at this here, we see that reset into that neutral. Good runaways there from the side of Grim, as we do see that tier procced. Now, ladies and gentlemen, looking at this here, we are going to see Grim here try to go for the strafe, playing a little bit too fast and loose, but the weed cutter says, nah fam, I have hyper for days. 4 days with the Z, which is how serious it is, as we're going to see the bleed ballast taken there. But the trade to end all trades, that is going to be Grimdark taking the first stock. There we go. Nicely done. So says Dunfast. An 18-wheeler truck at 300 miles per hour full cowballs wouldn't break that. So true, bestie. So true. This is, of course, the bronze match. So I do need to remember to change these things. Bronze. Best of 7. Pogger. What if it was Mango? Mango would be too powerful, though, Chile. It's banned under the Geneva Convention. You're forced only to use mangoes. Alright! Boys and girls, we have both players in. Let's crack on with round 2. 2600 to 27 right off the bat. A slight life advantage in the favor of Grim Dark. Oh. The fuck? Okay, whatever. As a running attack is going to ring through there. Musashi is taking a nice little bit of damage. Goes for that running attack there. We are going to see Grim here, chilling like a villain. Uh-oh. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. I'm going to message him real quick and see what happens. Uh-oh. Dead. His net is gone, is it? Okay. Let me just do a very quick message of him here. If his net is gone again, we literally we move on. We've waited long enough. I'm sorry, Musashi. We've waited long enough. Went to play Wukong. Understandable. There's always next time, Musashi. I'm just going to wait for him to have an opportunity to respond. Could be a power... Oh, no, he's back. He's back. He's back. All right. Reset round. Okay, never mind. NVM. I'm going to give that point to Grim. There was a desync. We were just going to do it that way. We're just going to move on for the sake of time. So Grim takes that stock. Moving on then. Let's crack on. Let's crack on with this next stock. We have a zero, but not a zero tolerance, but just for the sake of time, given how many players we have, net issues and stuff like that will just count as a loss, which I think is more than fair. The running attack rings through there. It's not going to come through. Obviously, looking at it here, we are going to see Grim with that 2-0 lead now. Move on, as we are going to see the chilling mist actually manage to land. And looking at this, Musashi is in with a spot of bother. Force back in now once again with that a bestial roar, as we do see a running R1 come through. Looking at that very patient play coming out here on the side of Grim Dark, earning the namesake there, as the absolute overwhelming sense of despair from this Gug's play is going to be definitely really nuts. Alright, looking at this here, we are going to see Grim there go for another run out there away from Musashi. Musashi trying to reinitiate these fights here, but that strafe was absolutely beautiful. Into the... Oh my god. The Savage Lion's Claw comes through there and actually procs the tier. Good roll out there. We do see the interrupt come out there into a standing R1. And dragged just to bring the hitbox out across. Looking at this here, 397 versus 2000 HP. Not quite sure how to initiate this fight as the side of Musashi, who's stuck in a spot of bother. But those rollouts there from neutral had the opportunity to go for a space into a standing R1 to try and get the whip on it. But the HTS is out here on the side of Grimdark, who goes for a running R1. Electing now to play a nice patient game here. As we are going to see now this another running attack ring through there. Not electing to go for the strafes here is the side of Musashi. As we are going to see now this off dag come through there just to get a little bit of chip. 211 HP left on the side of Musashi, as we are going to see Grim now going for that, almost managing to land that, just whizzed over his head. I swear he was Neo from the Matrix, as that drag over across is going to put Musashi down. There's going to be 3-0 in the favor of Grim. Cool beans. Just reminding Musashi that the DC was counted as around us for the record. I always need to make sure that I communicate that to the players. Round loss for the record. Braid is banned. Braid is disallowed. Yeah. It's just for the viewing experience of people watching. It's an awful lot more straightforward. Yeah, it's just for the viewing experience more so. It just makes it an awful lot more consistent. Also, if you have... It is winnable, yes, for sure. Technically speaking, Great Cat is better than the Gugs. It's the off dagger here that's causing an awful lot of problems. But either way, as we crack on now with what could be the last round on the side of Grimdark, who's going to go for the physic. We're going to see some chilling around here in neutral, electing for the two-handed Gugs, as we are going to see the rollouts come out there. Musashi trying to reinitiate there with those running attacks. Good rollout, though. And we aren't going to see the follow-up there. Grim is playing actually pretty careful, considering that he does have to be careful for the second R1, the second R1, which comes out very, very quickly. But as we see here, Musashi is playing so careful, he doesn't want to have to deal with it. And looking at this here, the empty jump comes up, getting that interrupt there against Grimdark, who has taken now a little bit of damage on the board. A running R1 comes through here. Forced back now into a longer neutral now once more. As we are going to see Musashi here take that neutral, goes for yet another poison mist there, just trying to keep that thing topped up as he is a bit of distance. Not utilizing a second R1 here at all, seemingly a little bit gun shy, as we're going to see now Grim take a little bit of damage now once more. Standing R1 comes through. Grimdark has been poisoned, but that trade there into the Frost proc. Are we going to see a swap over here onto something else here on the side of Grim, who is going to have the Ballast punished into that off dag, into the standing R1, but unfortunately we are going to see Grim get out of dodge there, which is of course what he needs to do. The hyper armor trade comes through the second R1 there to try and punish the attempted the second swing. That mash at a hit stun is not going to happen, as we're going to see the poison mist there come out now once again from the side of Musashi. Grimdark is doing an excellent job here of just playing this long neutral, waiting for those trades as a running R1 comes through. That is going to be the tier proc. Grim still has his, has to be careful, as we are going to see another trade come through into that off dag, into a standing R1. The tier has now been procced. No tier skip opportunity into that off dag there. 286 HP to 880. This is still within the realm of winnable on the side of Musashi, who is slowly but surely chipping him down, but it's just not going to be enough. And that is going to be Grimdark earning the Hey, chill out, lads. What the fuck? No, there's no need for that. As it does look as though there's going to be a 4-0 on the side of players. Now, GG's. That was a best of 7. That is now done. Match over, chaps. We are going to move on now to the fight. Here, they don't seem to know. Watch over, folks. Now, there we go. Let's crack on now with the next round, which is going to be Grimdark. I'm going to put the full name on so I don't get confused. Who's at 0? Control S. And then it is going to be Griff. Is that actually going to fit, or is it going to... No, it does actually fit. Nice. He gave the poison back, I guess? Yeah, seems that way. But yeah, it is going to be... Yeah, there you go. Alright. Cool beans. Alright. Right, let's just take a quick peek at the builds now that we have all our shenanigans sorted. It is going to be the last fight with the potential bracket reset. Thank you. Okay, rightio. So let's take a quick peek at the builds. This is, of course, going to be Gryffindor on the infamous int build that has been doing a terrorism this entire time versus the strength. On the side of Grimdark. Alright. False build. Is it false? Just check here. Yes, so it is. No. Anger's best I fixed it. Holy shit, there we go, we fixed it. 41, 41. 18, 20, 55. Holy shit. Oh my lord. I fixed it, folks, don't worry. Versus the strength there of Grimdark. Alright, we fixed it. We're all good. Anger's best fan. Let's crack on and get this show on the road. As it does seem as though the bolts are out. And I need to fix the free cam. Let's go. Very pro. I'm a professional at this, folks. Players in session, who's where. Okay, so it's going to be 3 versus 1. Alright, there we go. Cool beans as we now finally get our shenanigans sorted. As we are going to see all of this shenanigans appearing on screen. Probably attempting to try and crash. As we are going to see Griff here chilling out, going for those little bits of circs. Oh, and the vortex of putrescence comes out there to try and get the hit, which it does. Grimdark is now low onto the bestial sling there once again. Some Luber tier shenanigans. Griff is going to be rolling out there. Does manage to be hit there by the hyper armor into the catch flame. Luber flame comes out there into the bestial sling now once more. That is going to be the tier gone here on the side of Griff. As we set up for some shenanigans there, as more of our halos come out here. What an angel Griff truly is, as Grimdark is on 30 HP into the sling. And that is going to be the first fight in our best of 9 down to Gryffindor. Very nicely done. It's Lucy all over again. Does seem that way. I think Griff might have actually spoken to Lucy about some of the things you can do. I'm not sure. I know that Lucy was saying to try a faith build. Events. Alright, cool beans. Let's go. The besties of 9, real and true. Alright, as we crack on now with the next round. 1 to Griff. Grimdark, of course, not only needs to win this best of 9, but the follow-up best of 5 afterwards. Uh-oh. Clipped again into the other putrescence. More putrescence shenanigans as the Shamshir is out now on the side of Grimdark. But Griff is living his best life as another vortex of putrescence comes out there to try and get that nice bit of the damage. Magic missile comes through now once and more. As we are going to see the little wavy shenanigans come out. As we are going to see that insane pressure come out now on the side of Grimdark. But the tier is now gone and Gryffindor is in a really good spot, forcing that trade. Which of course still with the tier as the EP times is out. Uh-oh. The big EP into the magical missile, into yet more shenanigans to try and crash his opponent, which is of course Texas. Another vortex of putrescence comes out there just to give him enough cover to get those out, as we are going to see now. Oh my god, the amount of things that are coming out here as the vortex of putrescence comes out now once more. Good rollouts there on the side of Griff into the catch flame, the trade, but that's going to be Grimdark taking the first stock, and he is not happy about it. A little bit of BM. That is going to be a 1-1. I just realized that the listen to what I have had this soundtrack on in the background this entire time. Holy shit. There we go. Alright, turn that off. That's good enough. Alright! Literally. It's a Dogecoin miner. Yeah, well, that's a conversation for afterwards. We're going to crack on. Both players are now in. I'd sooner players would cough the fuck on. But we're going to crack on with this tournament. We can have a conversation after the fact. Looking at this here, we are going to see this. The explosions are out. Another vortex of putrescence comes out now once again. And there we go. Looking at that, the halos are out as we are going to see the EP times is out now once more. Going for that pressure. Oh no. Not quite in a position to actually get the punish. There is the side of Gryffindor. And look at this here. We are going to see yet more pressure come out there. We are going to see it. Going for yet another magic missile now once more. Is actually going to be caught, but not for much, as another magic missile is going to throw him out. Aiming for his feet, actually managing to get what I believe is the vortex there, as another magic missile is going to come out there just to cover the flask. More magic missiles come out, but the Frostpod is going to get that interrupt. And looking at this here, the amount of shenanigans that's on screen. And Grimdark is going to have his tier procced here and forced back in now once again. Looking at this now, the more magic missiles, the vortex is out. Just trying to keep up that pressure. Another vortex. And the magic missile moving in there to try and get those punishes, and a running attack through there. That is going to be Gryffindor in an awful lot of trouble here if he's not going to be careful, as the bestial slings. The Luber sling coming through there. And that is going to be Griff taking a stock. Griff, try and be a decent... he does the old-fashioned teabag. Put on some Toho music. Might need to. Alright, that is going to be Griff taking another stock. Benny Hill music might actually be more on point. Alright. I don't know if these two know each other. Alright, cool. Now, let's crack on with this 2-1 in this best of 9. As apparently it is just refusing now to do the thing. I want to try that the Gideon 2.0 build. I'll show the build after this is done as well. Alright, oh my god. And the magic missile comes through there, but that pressure here from the side of Guts. But the counter pressure there from the catch flame. Luber, flame. But unfortunately, Gryffindor did not aim down there, as we are going to see now. Grimdark keeping up that pressure, and that's the desync in force, folks. As we are going to see Gryffindor now use that opportunity to get the flask out. As we do see the halos come out there from Kilo. And I'm going to be real, I probably would struggle into this as well. Oh, the Frostpot has got to be hitting there. Both sides relatively even, but look at that. Grimdark has taken the damage as we see that charged magical missile come out there, looking for that nice bit of cover, but the putrescence comes out now once again into the catch flame. And that is the risk of the build, folks. That ability to counter pressure. And you know what the funny thing is? This is 90% of what I think is weird about the DLC spells. Just as like a matter of course. None of them on their own are that disruptive. Maybe Magic Missile is actually strong and Bestial Sling and Catch Flame, but it's all of them pulled together that really make the builds function. Being able to push your opponent out of Pata has to be legit for this. Shamshir, TS, and Curseblade Cirques are legal. Clean Rot is the only one that's banned. And Lucy will tell you. Keep that in mind. There are an awful lot of things that can take these builds out. As annoying as they are. You have strong options, people just aren't using them. Fists into this would be there you go. That is an answer found. The builds do feel an awful lot like a knowledge check, but you have to have specific tools to punish them, as we are seeing now. As that magic missile comes out now again, tries to get that punish. We do see a little bit, as we are going to see now, the forcing to aggress there on the side of Gryffindor, who is taking a lot of damage here from these. Yet another Stormblade comes out there once more, as we are going to see the need now to actually get the chug out. And another Vortex of Putrescence into a jumping attack there to get the pressure. Oh me, oh my. Desync moment, yeah. As people get better with them, I may have to look at restricting Magical Missile in some way, shape, or form. Oof, as we do see another shenanigans out, as that is going to be the slings into a catch flame as Grimdark is swatted aside. Jumping R1 comes through there to try and get the pressure. Stormblade there, out once more, as we see a running attack there come out now once again. And look at that, the Vortex of Putrescence comes out once more. That's going to be 4 on the scorecard. 2. Catch flame is a much bigger issue. It's part of it. And this is the thing, Emilia. And this is the thing that's kind of interesting. Everything is there. Pre-spacing out. It's all just your approach. Gas station to thinking this setup is good. Yeah, I've seen the matches between Faded and Lucy, and I will say that despite all the problems, you took the W and the wrong person did. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, folks. 1. 4. Control S. There we go. Yeah, it's 4-1. My apologies. Getting that mistake there. As we have both of our contestants in, the swap over to the CGS now on the side of Grimdark, which might actually be the play here. Of course, the Storm Blades, the Storm things, are going to do an awful lot of damage here. Looking for those running attacks there. There we go. Now we have Gryffindor on the back foot. And we see the Catch Flames come out there, and yet another one. Could have gone for the second one then to get that. Oof. And nice little bit of a halo coming out there. Getting a nice bit of pressure here. Catch Flame will be useful. Look at that, the counter pressure now that Grimdark is actually able to output. Look at the Hyper Armor into a Catch Flame. Could have gone for another one as the Magic Missile sets up there. Good roll back in as the Vortex of Putrescence. Or the other one comes out there, but that is going to be Gryffindor doing an awful lot of damage there, keeping up that work. As we are going to see Grimdark stuck in the corner there. Miles away from being able to do that pressure. Good punish though, but a trade all the same as the Catch Flame comes out. 118 HP. Good spacing comes out on Gryffindor here as the Swift Glintstone Shard, say that fast, comes out there. One hit here on the side of Grimdark, and that's all she wrote. Into the bow to finish it out. The Hyper Armor was definitely a play. Having the differences here from across the board. Gryffindor takes another win, and that is Mages taking another win for that there. Yeah, it's rough, especially we've seen the adaptations here come out on the side of... We did see the adaptations come out on the side of Grimdark. We did see them, which is of course what you have to do. It is rough being caught on a knowledge check against a setup like that. Again, mages are just unfun garbage to fight. If you have the wrong tools, SK. Fists here would have swept. Keep in mind the amount of pressure that they're able to output. All that annoying stuff is really hard. Just make everything actively worse. I'd sooner cast the... Keep in mind, I would sooner cast a good mage play rather than going for... I think they're 2 different spells. I could be wrong on that, though. I would sooner cast Mage any day of the week, a solid Mage like Lucy, Angres, or Gryffindor, any day of the week before I cast a Thrusting Shield Mirror. I will 100% say it. 2 different spells, yeah. I just can't remember that. I know that they're 2 different ones. I just can't remember the name of the one that goes outwards. Yes, they can, because all you need to do is outspace the first Catch Flame counter pressure. And then it's GGWP. So can TS. So can Shamshir on paper with Stormblade can do very well. Twin Blades I'm sure do an absolutely exceptional job. Straight Swords even. Just because you have that nuclear JL1 that you can hit people with. PSGS. Anything that's good. I'm not doubting that mages are very strong right now. But they're now a thing that that the meta needs to be shaped around in a way that they weren't before. Alien Dance. But yeah, very well played to everyone, I have to say. Just annoying to fight. I would say that it's strong now. I wouldn't say that it's very strong, but it is strong. It's in the meta conversation now. I know that you don't like it, SK, but it's strong and annoying to fight. Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't disagree with that in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, GG's to everyone. We're going to raid off and I'm going to spend a little bit of time chatting with YouTube chat. So if you want to pop over there, and if you want to join the future tournaments, pop into the Discord. Yeah, pop into the Discord if you want to join in. And these future events. I'm probably going to take a break next week. Might do something, a fun little something. We'll see. But I do need... We've done 14 of these, folks. It's been a long 14 weeks of nothing but tourneys. And as well as that, it's been very frustrating to try and let the Steam issues resolve themselves. But either way, if you want to join the YouTube chat, go pop over there. We'll have a nice little chat with people answer questions and talk about it. But yeah, take care, everyone. We're going to raid out. Who are we going to raid? Who do I not find obnoxious and disgusting? Decisions. Here, let's go to teacher. Alright, what's up, Chili? Alright, talk to you all on YouTube chat. Bye-bye. Bye. Alright, let me just end the stream.
Oh, come on. That is so sad.
It is very sad, Teach. Very true. How are you, Chili? We turn off the stream. Alright, YouTube chat. You should have rated Trump, not gonna lie, a real one. It would have been the best tournament, the greatest tournament. Truly powerful. Truly powerful. I think that was a good tournament. What did we finish it off in? Just under 4 hours, which is under what I was expecting it to be. So, I hope everyone enjoyed. But if anyone has any questions or anything like that in YouTube chat, I'm more than happy to answer. Because I'm a firm believer that the mages they're in the meta conversation right now, but they struggle against things that are actually good in the game, which is to say like S tiers. Very much so. He's fucking standing in the middle of nowhere, some guy holding a t-shirt beside him. That sounds so pro. But yeah, I think that it went really well. I do think that it went quite well. But yeah, I need a break. I'm burning the candle at both ends. Is made significantly worse. You need to have meta setups in your pocket to be able to deal with them. And that is the exact same thing for 90% of the fucking video game, SK. I will die on this hill. I will 100% die on this hill. That mages being strong is just a meta problem. It's people just aren't willing to make the changes to their playstyle in order to make it work. Especially given that if you play it correctly, you can just walk all over them. That's just me. I find mages as a playstyle as underdeveloped as mages are. I actually think that it's okay that they're allowed to run rampant for a little bit. That's me personally. That is me personally. Like, the game is ultimately an S tier off at this point. There's absolutely no point. It's a problem due to a myriad of factors, and I think that the community is part of the problem. If I look at anyone who just refuses to fight mages and refuses to fight the likes of Shield Poke, it's just really funny to me. Like, I'll play into a bad matchup 100%, but I recognize that I'm doing it. Here, we can actually put on a bit of the Manor Lord's music in the background for this. Makes the game unfun. True. To a degree. In a bad arena. In a decent arena, I think it becomes an awful lot more one-sided. That's just me, though. I'll always err on the side of it's part of the game, whether or not you like it or not. And people can just, as they usually do, unfortunately, make decisions to, like, honor, just shake hands on it. Like, are worse for dealing with the shite? How? Corner pressure exists. Most of the things that they can cast out are reactable. The only thing I will say that I do have my eye on is how consistent you're able to get the magic missile desync on. That is the biggest concern that I have right now. If that's super consistent, or even for cross-region tourneys, I might ban it. That's the big one that I'm thinking of right now. For cross-region tourneys, banning it. BTR Brokey. If memory serves, Starfists are incredibly strong in my rule set. Incredibly strong. Thrusting Sword, which in my rule set is banned, is very, very strong right now. The Curseblade Cirque is probably the best setup, the BHB. To chase? Yeah, well, for cross-read, it's a netcode problem. Again, remember. I don't know how on demand you can make it happen. So that's me. Also, I'm going to go for maybe another 10 minutes of chatting with you. But yeah, BTR Brokey. That is the... Twin blades are very strong. Backhand blades, in whenever way they're allowed, are probably the best thing in the game. Fists, which is to say patas and starfists. Starfists unrestricted are still very strong as well. Let me think off the top of my head, what else is there? Thrusting Sword, Shamshir. They're your big ones. They're 90% of what you'll see in tourneys these days. Off-rack setups, I don't know off the top of my head whether or not that's like an actual conversation for S tier. Oh, you're North TPD. Okay, I gotcha. No worries. I don't know all the different names. How did you feel about the tournament? All in all. Lads, as I have you here. My dedicated player, my dedicated fan base. If there's any feedback now, would be a good time other than ban mages. Tournament itself was fine, as they always are. Yeah, but more interesting feedback there, SK, is what I'm looking for. More targeted stuff. I'm trying to be a bit more... I'm getting a little bit kind of burnt out using the mages are so cool. They are cool, I will say that. And it's a playstyle that's heavily underdeveloped, which is why I'm actually leaving most of them unrestricted for now, Rocky. Yeah, I tried. I've mentioned it. People are usually very nice. In the beginner's bracket, that's kind of the first bit of BM we've had in like months. Like proper BM. I just messaged them. I think, what was it? I messaged them? Chill a smidge with the BM, folks. Talk smack in Steam comments after if you've got to get it out of your system. Gryffindor probably by rights shouldn't have been in, but he met the criteria. I'm gonna have to look at closed region. Neither of them have come up through the community, which is kind of understandable. For main tournaments, bit of BM, a grudge match or whatever can be fine, like in moderation. But in beginners brackets, I just deal with it in DMs. The Starfish, before the Starfish about my question, sorry. Yeah, if you look at all the other things, there's been like medium issues of BM all the way through. Like Griff and the other guy are now out of the rotation. I just assume most people are like kids or whatever. I don't pass much remarks on it. It's not worth it. Alright, challenge. I actually need to make an RU. Champions. I'll just put him in EU for now. I don't think I'd ever seen Grimdark's Angel play before. I played Grimdark once and they lag switched on me. Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, the instant so not particular they lost and hopefully got mad. Interesting. Well, Griff was probably the best player there by a wide margin. I'm going to be a little bit more kind of forward about having ladder players step down. I've mentioned it twice now in the how to join shenanigans, so I think that's pretty fair. That I can just like go, yeah, you're too good for this. Because you're already in the scene. Like people like A2. I'm so happy A2 got a couple of matches won there. I was really happy for the girl. Like the fact that she came in, like complete favoritism aside, like the fact that she came in with 0 experience. Griff is a beast, but nowhere near as to Lucy's level. And yeah, for sure. He's in the one who's been using Magic Missile the most. Alright. Embern gets really fucking unlucky, dude. Like, this one of the things, like, she's struggling against Lat. Yeah, the arcs are very good. That's one of the things that Lucy has used in tourneys before. Sorry, I'm just messaging players and stuff like that right now. I should probably run over and get some booze in a minute. Actually want some good beer. Sad and burnt cheese. Yeah, there's multiple. Embern, A2, Darcy, Lucy, Flues, Amira. Since the scene's been cleaned up by a fairly substantial margin, there's an awful lot of chicks who want to play now, which is really cool. Amelie way back when was a player. Yeah. But a lot of them were dudes. It's an easy mistake to make. I think these days it's not quite as much the case. I think that is Miriam's vanishing. No, I have never seen anyone seriously use it. There's probably some weird tech that you can do with it, but not much. That is true. Yeah, Suwu is another chick who plays. Emilia. There's a bunch. I am to do it. I rarely play these days. I'm kind of focusing on changing my casting style just a little bit. Pogger, another player in. Stalls to avoid me. Real and true. No, it's nice. It's nice to see fresh faces come in. An awful lot of the old guard, the scene isn't quite as fun for them anymore because they're kind of a bit garbage. And the space has become an awful lot more friendly to newer people or people who don't have much experience, which I think is pretty cool. At least nowadays. I've improved a lot, SK. And I've also had you're also rusty as shit, brother. I wouldn't do yourself dirty out of that one. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else has any other questions better than Starfisk's length. Yes, it's basically 2 spears strapped to your arm while you bash the run R1 button against the wall until either the wall breaks or you do, or the other person. Should I join tourney? You're more than welcome to. I'm going to take next week off just because I'm burnt to the fucking cinders. I made the mistake of casting for 15 hours last week. And I'm only just right at the end of it now. Yeah, pop into the Discord. I'll send an invite in chat now. Or it's in the description, but there you go. Alright, folks, as I wrap up, does anyone else have any questions? Oh, to ask a mid-tier duelist about a beginner's tourney, because I'm so insightful and know all of the things, and as I go over for a beer run. Does anyone have any other questions? Yes, I do. What is the question? Escafrigid. Want to play Manor Lords? Is that a trick fucking question, dog? I'm going to get hammered and play Agrarian City Builder for like 14 hours straight. Though I do have to get up tomorrow. I have some streaming I need to do in the lawn. Yeah, maybe in a bit. I'm going to decompress for a little bit after the tourney, though. I'm fucking tired. Get in VC. Any other questions relating to the actual fucking video game, folks? Or the tournaments, or tournaments in general? I can actually hang tonight. From the nearest lamppost, darling. Any more questions? Sorry, that was very dryly said. That was very dry. Oh dear. Oof. I'm not sure what you what in a video game. Jesus Christ. For all-round situations, so there's a couple of things I could suggest for people. For a very strong... Actually, I forgot to mention that Whole Axe is probably in the meta conversation with Flaming Strike, as my camera has decided that it wants to glitch the fuck out. I'm so blurry. For learning the game, Slans, who's an incredible North American player, has recommended you use Haldag. Hall Axe, Hall Dagger are really good for learning the game. And I would say that regular Great Cat is probably good, as much as it pains me to say, because that matchup bores me to fucking tears. Halberd Dagger or Halberd Off Axe. Main banished Halberd with Flaming Strike, or without, depending on how you feel. And Halberd Off Axe. That's a really good one. Haldag is better for learning, yeah, because you have to learn Poise Chip, which is a distinct part of the video game. Although you have Backswing on Hall Axe for that. And regular Great Katana, I would say, are the two good ones. Don't be afraid to branch out. I'm a horrible person to ask questions of because I one-trick a setup until I get bored of it, which takes about 1,000 hours. There we go. Alright, last question. Anyone else want to ask me anything? I know some of you lot have been pretty quiet. So, there's your chance. I do appreciate the lurkers over in YouTube chat. Y'all are amazing. I hope you've enjoyed your stay and enjoyed the tourney. And likewise, I will repeat, if you want to join the tournaments, join the Discord. It's in the description. And we'll be hosting probably just one NA tourney next week. I might find someone else to host the beginner's bracket. If I do, you'll be kept in touch. Keep an eye out for that on Sundays. But I'll try. Yeah, give it a rattle. Fuck it. Try it out. Alright. Folks, it's been real. I go get some beer. I love you all. And